Chapter 18. Whoosh! Jiang Xian looked at his hand gestures, and her eyes became hazy. She started to sway unsteadily. As Jiang Li continued to form the hand seals, his sister shook her head and tried to stay awake. However, she couldn't concentrate as if she was drunk. However, she didn't fall asleep. Go to sleep, sister. Have a good sleep. You'll feel refreshed. You'll enter deep sleep. Jiang Li had a smile on his face, and his voice was gentle. He tried his best to influence his sister's mind and break through her mental defenses. He sincerely hoped that his sister could have a good sleep. Half an hour later, Jiang Xian fell onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Finally, the hypnosis is a success. Jiang Li was gasping for breath, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. He was seeing stars, and his stamina had been severely overdrawn. Hypnotizing the flower-faced overlord was easy, but hypnotizing his little sister had nearly caused him to collapse. After half an hour of repeated seesaw battles, he felt both mentally and physically exhausted. However, this wasn't the time to relax. He caressed his little sister's forehead and used the Spirit Emperor seal. As expected, his little sister's breathing also stabilized, and her expression became more and more serene. Jiang Li was smiling, and by caressing her emotions, he let his little sister know that she was smiling sweetly even in her sleep. After his sister fell asleep, Jiang Li immediately entered deep sleep to recover his strength. An entire hour passed before he completely recovered. His sister was still sleeping. He immediately took out the sleep testing device. Life signs stable. Brain activity relaxed. Sleep quality, 98 points. Excellent. The device showed a series of data and the final score. With modern technology, sleep quality could also be tested. Normal sleep was 60 points. Good sleep was 70 points. Excellent sleep was 80 points. Excellent sleep was 90 points. 100 points meant deep sleep. Full score. Jiang Li's sleep quality had exceeded full score. It was off the charts. It was the same even if he didn't use the milky white stone, because he could enter deep sleep anytime and anywhere. Compared to those who needed to meditate, breathe, and guide for a long time before they could enter deep sleep, his spiritual cultivation was much higher. If he had to test it, his sleep quality should be close to 200 points. Of course, his current life testing device couldn't measure it. Unless he used a more advanced device, it was very expensive. Now, this kind of testing instrument was as ordinary as the thermometer of the past. It had entered thousands of households and was not a high-tech thing. Sister's usual sleep quality is 70 points, which is good. Now, it has directly jumped to 98 minutes of quality sleep. It can be seen that my hypnosis is still effective. Jiang Li searched on the internet again and found that he was not a low-level hypnotist yet. He could not hypnotize people into a deep sleep, and he still had to work hard to master hypnosis techniques. Beginner hypnotist would be able to hypnotize someone into a deep sleep. 100 points would definitely be enough to earn a reward of up to $1,000. I still have to work hard. I must hypnotize people into a deep sleep. Otherwise, there's no point in being a hypnotist apprentice. Jiang Li shook his head. It's a pity that I can't meditate on the brain of the universe when I use the Great Mind Emperor's seal. Otherwise, my brain cells would be 10 times more active, and the power of the seal would increase by many times. In the process of hypnotizing his sister, Jiang Xian, he seemed to have grasped a deeper level of profundity of the Great Emperor's seal. The sky was already dark. Jiang Xian woke up from her dream, feeling extremely comfortable. Big brother, I slept really soundly this time. She rubbed her eyes and jumped off the bed. Take a look at your sleep data. Jiang Li showed her the testing equipment. Wow! Jiang Xian jumped up. The quality of sleep is actually 80 points excellent. I only scored 70 points in the past. Big brother, did you really hypnotize me? What else did you think? I'm rich. You can even become a beginner hypnotist and become rich. Jiang Xian counted with her fingers. A beginner hypnotist is a big shot, a human money printing machine. The difference between 98 points and 100 points is too big. Only by hypnotizing you into a deep sleep can one be considered a qualified beginner hypnotist. Jiangli browsed through the optical computer and searched for all kinds of hypnosis records. All right, big brother, where did you learn this hypnosis technique? On the internet. I occasionally browsed through the internet and saw someone posting this hypnosis technique and meditation diagram. I immediately learned it, but not long after, the post was deleted. I didn't even manage to save it. Jiangli had already thought of an excuse and said the same thing to the outside world. With the development of the internet, there were all sorts of strange things. A simple sentence of, "I occasionally found it on the internet," was enough to dismiss everything. Some people suddenly had an extra few million in their bank account due to a data leak caused by hackers attacking the bank. If such things could happen on the internet, why couldn't it be possible to learn something? After chatting with his sister for a while, Jiangli told her to go out and study while he focused on studying hypnosis. Next, he practiced the Soul Emperor Seal every day and studied hypnosis. He used his sister as an experiment. This was killing two birds with one stone. His sister could get good sleep treatment, and he could familiarize himself with hypnosis. As his cultivation deepened, the hypnosis effect of the Soul Emperor Seal became better and better. His sister Jiang Xian was hypnotized by him every night. Under the test, her sleep quality gradually increased from 98 points to 99 points. Don't underestimate this small difference. It meant that her sleep quality was getting better. This was a terrifying number. If there were precious spices in the house, his sister Jiang Xian would probably fall into a deep sleep every day. In the park, Jiangli was with a bunch of stray cats. After feeding the cats, he began to practice again. He practiced the Soul Emperor Seal and then hypnotized Dahe, Flower Mask King, Demeng, Military Piercing Fist. After practicing, he tested his physical fitness. Although he had been learning hypnosis like crazy these days, he still couldn't neglect his martial arts. So he began to test his physical fitness with a simple Military Piercing Fist. This set of fist techniques was simple, but it had an extremely strong offensive power. Pure Piercing Fist, Forward Piercing Fist, Backward Piercing Fist, Diagonal Piercing Fist, Consecutive Piercing Fist. Everyone knew how to piercing fist. It was just a simple punch and a piercing fist. It was the simplest and most down-to-earth move in boxing. But the key to the Military Piercing Fist was the word explode. Between the piercing fist, there would be an explosion of air. Consecutive Piercing Fist. The more explosions of air, the more powerful it was. Even a powerhouse with a vitality of 1 could only make 20 or so explosions in a row. Jiangli wanted to see how many explosions he could make. Bang, 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 bang. His consecutive piercing fists were like a bayonet. One punch and one stab. His body advanced and retreated freely. 1 explosion, 2 explosions, 8 explosions, 10 explosions, 18 explosions. When he hit the 18th explosion, he was already panting a little, and his stamina was running out. "I'm so tired. I can actually make 18 explosions. It seems that my vitality has been slowly increasing recently. But without the support of nutrition, no matter how hard I practice, it will be useless." Jiangli looked at the balance on his card. It was less than 1,000 star dollars, not even enough to buy a tube of Green God Potion. It seemed that he had to make money. Jiangli rested for a while and fell into deep thought. Should he go to the police station to take another mission? It was useless. He was lucky last time and encountered an illusion fox. He couldn't guarantee that he would be so lucky every time. Ordinary police station missions didn't earn him much money. Instead, it was a waste of time and cultivation. He looked at his bank account chip again and again. He wished that there were more zeros in his account. Suddenly, another chip reflected in his eyes. It was Manager Lei Dong's chip. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Right? I need to find a manager of the Shui group. With my hypnosis skills, I can definitely find a good job. I can't be a beginner hypnotist, but I can still be a powerful hypnotist apprentice. When he saved Shui by once, the manager said that he was welcome to work at the Shui group at any time. Although it might be polite, Jiang Li's skills were valuable everywhere. Even without the favor of saving Shui Bai, he still believed that he could get the favor of a big company. Beep, beep, beep. The card vibrated, and a virtual light wave shot out, revealing a figure. Jiang Li dialed the number on the card. This card itself was a communication chip, and he could directly contact the manager of the Shui Group. The virtual light wave was that manager. When he saw Jiang Li, he smiled and said, "Hello, Jiang Li. Thank you for saving Miss Shui by last time. Why are you looking for me? I'm Manager Lei Dong." "Hello, Manager Lei. How is Miss Shui Bai? Has she recovered?" Jiang Li asked calmly. He greeted Lei Dong first before getting to the point. "Sigh." Manager Lei Dong shook his head. She was forcefully hypnotized by the illusion fox, and her mind was damaged. She's still recuperating. She hasn't been able to thank you. Please forgive her. Oh, Jiang Li had learned a lot about hypnosis, and he knew that Shui Bai's mind was damaged. It was a mental illness that was difficult to cure. Although modern technology was advanced, there was nothing that could be done about mental illness. Suddenly, he had an idea. He did not mention finding a job. Instead, he said, "Manager Lei, maybe I can help." As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Lei's face revealed an indistinguishable look of disdain. He thought that Jiang Li was bragging and trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. It was a little despicable for him to want to get close to Miss Snow, but his tone was still very polite. "Student Jiang Li, we've invited many specialists, but none of them were able to treat her. There are even beginner-level hypnotists among them. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I don't think you can help much in treating Miss Snow." Jiang Li sensed that his tone was a bit harsh, but he did not point it out. "I've seen the illusion fox. He tried to hypnotize me, but it didn't work. I've done a lot of research on hypnosis, and I believe it'll be of help to Miss Shui Bai." Manager Lei Dong was shocked. He remembered that day when the case happened. He immediately went to the police station and used his connections to inquire about the case. It was then that he found out that the illusion fox had lost his sight because of the damage to his brain. It was highly likely that Jiang Li had something to do with it. "Jiang Li, if you can cure Miss Shui Bai's mental illness, the Shui Group will reward you handsomely. However, in order to cure this illness, the Shui Group has hired many psychologists and hypnotists, but to no avail. If you really have a way, we can fulfill all your conditions." Chapter 19. I know. I'm confident. After all, I'm not hypnotized by the Phantom Fox. Jiang Li held on to Lei Dong tightly. He knew how to negotiate. After all, he had only saved Shui by her once. The Shui Group had already given him 10,000 star dollars as a token of gratitude. They might not be friends anymore. "Come to the rooftop. I'll send a car to pick you up." Lei Dong said immediately. "Tell me your location." "Okay." Jiang Li quickly reported his location. About half an hour later, he saw a flying car coming from afar. It was much bigger than a normal car. It was a famous car that only the rich could afford. "Are you Jiang Li?" A man in black and a pair of black sunglasses jumped out of the car. "Yes." Jiang Li nodded. "I'm Xiefeng. I'm here to pick you up." Xiefeng had a strong temperament. He looked like an adult in his late 20s. He stretched out his hand. Crack! Crack! Instantly, Jiang Li felt a strong force pressing down on his hand. "Testing me?" He smiled faintly. Without moving his arm, he punched outwards and secretly executed one of the techniques from the Great Emperor's seal. As his 5 fingers moved, there seemed to be thunder deep within his palm joints. It was like the ancient martial art Thunder Palm. The Soul Emperor's seal was connected to martial arts in many ways. It was extremely powerful. If it was used in martial arts, it would be able to connect the gods. However, Jiang Li only knew a little about it, so he couldn't use it in a real battle. Buzz Xiefeng's arm was numb. He immediately let go of it. Otherwise, his arm would have been crushed. So powerful. Xiefeng's expression changed. Is he really a high school student? He was 27 years old, while Jiang Li was 17. Jiang Li had spent 10 years more training than Jiang Li. Moreover, one's physical strength was at its peak at the age of 27. How strong would Jiang Li be when he was 27 years old? This person's vitality should be about the same as Zhang Yu's. He could be considered one of the best in the society. Jiang Li quickly determined Xiefeng's strength. Very strong. Xiefeng's face was a little cold. Student Jiang Li, get in the car. He boarded the flying car and closed the door. Schwa! The car rose into the air, leaving a white line in its wake. The high-rise buildings below gradually disappeared into the distance. Not long after, they drove out of the city and arrived at the suburbs, where all the villas of the rich were located. Some rich people even own a mountain with green hills and clear waters. It was a luxurious sight everywhere. In the past, the standard of the rich was to own a standalone villa, but now, the real rich all had their own mountains and built villas, flying car parks, and even artificial waterfalls on the mountains. Every tycoon who owned their own mountain would have assets of hundreds of millions. They wouldn't live in a bustling city. A mountain was dozens of kilometers long, and some of the mountains were completely man-made. Even the trees, rivers, and springs were man-made. More than 200 years ago, during the era of nations, humans had already begun to reclaim the sea and build houses, let alone now. Now that humans had walked out of the planet and technology was advanced, these were all small toys. Humans were the great spirits of nature, capable of overturning rivers and seas. It was nighttime, but every mountain was brightly lit, no less than a city. A huge amount of energy was being consumed. In the past, real estate developers built houses, but now they built mountains and sold them to the rich, who would then renovate them. The reason why the rich were so keen on buying mountains was because the combination of man and mountain was immortal. The flying car arrived at the top of the mountain. Jiangli saw that the entire mountain had been renovated. There were pavilions and pavilions everywhere, and flowers were in full bloom. On the top of the mountain, there was a huge building that looked like it came from a sci-fi movie, overlooking the mountains. There were mountain springs, birds, and flowers everywhere. There were also managers. There were at least thousands of managers on this mountain, which was equivalent to a big company. This is where the rich live. Jiangli sighed. The car landed on a huge parking lot, and someone immediately came to pick it up. It was manager Lei Dong. He seemed to have a high position in the Shui group. Student Jiangli, are you sure you can cure Miss Sprite? Jiangli went straight to the point the moment they met. What's Miss Schweb Bai's condition? Does she have a nervous breakdown? Sleepless nights, endless nightmares, and is mentally exhausted? Even sleeping pills don't work? Jiangli asked. He had read so many books on hypnosis that he was familiar with all the relevant knowledge. He knew what the symptoms of mental damage caused by forced hypnosis were. That's right. Lei Dong immediately said, Miss Schweb Bai's condition is like this. She suffers from insomnia every night. Even with sleeping pills, she still wakes up from the nightmares. She's very haggard now. Nervous breakdown, insomnia, and endless nightmares were all mental illnesses that were difficult to treat. Modern medicine was very good at treating physical diseases, but when it came to treating mental diseases, the weakness of the soul paled in comparison. If that's the case, as long as Miss Schweb Bai can sleep well every day and improve her immune system, she'll be fine. Jiangli had a plan. Seeing his confidence, manager Lei Dong was skeptical. Then I'll bring you to see Miss Schweb Bai. Please lead the way. In a short while, the few of them arrived at the villa at the top of the mountain. They rode the elevator to the top floor. It was a huge room with floor-to-ceiling glass on all four sides. From the inside, one could clearly see the outside, but the people outside could not see anything inside. All the mountains looked small. The room was decorated warmly. There were toys and cartoon characters in some places. There was a faint fragrance in the room. When Jiangli entered and smelled the fragrance, he felt refreshed. On a desk in the room, there was a wooden incense burner. On top of the incense burner, a golden incense was burning. This incense was very expensive. Golden musk snake incense. 1 gram of this incense cost over 1,000 star dollars. It was made from the gallbladder of a rare planet called the golden musk snake. It could only be found in the elite zone. Its function was to calm the mind and nourish the mind. It could even help people who cultivated their spirit to calm down and have a chance to break through into deep sleep. On the bed, a young girl lay. Her face was haggard and her eyes were sunken. She would occasionally grab her pillow with her hands, showing her uneasiness. This was Schweb Bayer. She was completely different from the day she was in her prime. She was practically a different person. Sister, don't be afraid. I'm here. There was another young girl in the room. She was about 17 or 18 years old. Her back was facing Jiangli, so he could not see her clearly. No, I'm afraid. Don't come here. Don't come here. Schwebeyer was sweating all over. She had just woken up from a nightmare. Her breath was weak, and she was mentally unstable. What are you doing here? The young girl heard the noise and turned around. Do you know that my sister needs rest? Serene? It's Serene, one of the 4 goddesses of the school. The 4 goddesses of the school were 2 famous. They were Luohan, Lu Yaoyao, Serene, and Yun Shangshang. They were all as beautiful as fairies. Their families were all billionaires, and their grades were excellent. Anyone who chased after them would have to struggle 100 years less. Miss Serene, this is Jiangli. He was the one who saved Miss Bayer from the hands of the Phantom Fox. Manager Lei Dong quickly explained. This time, he came to check on Bayer's condition. He said he has a cure. Jiangli? He has a cure? Serene stood up and looked at him coldly. I've heard of your brother, Jiang Tao. He's a genius, but you don't seem to be much. You were lucky to save my sister back then. Don't even think about getting close to her. Tell me, how much money do you want? Miss Snow Spirit, I don't understand what you're talking about. Jiangli was very calm. He already understood what Snow Spirit meant. She was saying that he was trying to curry favor with those in power. You don't understand? Serene sneered. Your brother chased after Lu Yaoyao because he wanted to get some resources. I know your family situation. You and your brother are both the same. You just need to seize every opportunity to climb up the ladder. Luckily, you saved my sister, so I'll still give you the money. Don't think about anything else. My sister is pitiful enough, and you still want to use this opportunity to get close to her? Hearing Serene's impolite tone, Jiangli didn't get angry. You really think I'm using this opportunity to climb up the ladder? What else do you think? Serene raised her head. My sister's illness. God knows how many hypnotists, psychologists, and medicines we've used, but none of them can cure her. Can you cure her? Who do you think you are? In school, your vitality score seems to be 0. 7. You're right about that. Jiangli smiled. How about this? Let's make a bet. If I can't cure Miss Schwebeer, you can do whatever you want to her. If I can cure her, you have to promise me one thing. Do whatever I want to you. Serene glanced at him. We're in a legal society now. Can I kill you? Is my vitality at 0? 7? Jiangli simply flicked his finger. He stretched out his hand and quickly made a grabbing motion. It was like a deluge of heavenly flowers falling from the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. A series of afterimages appeared. Just looking at this gesture would cause people to feel dizzy. Serene was finally moved. Just now, she was actually dazed for a moment. Biting her tongue, she recovered. Is this a hypnosis technique? That's right. Jiangli was also secretly surprised. The technique he had just used was the hypnotic gesture of the great emperor's seal of the mind. His fingers moved continuously, creating a scene of heavenly flowers falling from the sky. It was bizarre and dazzling, and Snow Spirit was only slightly dazed. It was clear that Serene's spiritual cultivation was very strong. It was very likely that her spiritual realm was the same as his, in the second stage of deep sleep. After all, Serene's vitality was among the top 10 in the school, far above his. It had already reached 1. Although he didn't hypnotize Serene, he let her know his strength. All right, as long as you can cure my sister, I can give you a lot of money. Serene looked at her sister lovingly. My sister is very pitiful. If you hurt her, even if it's against the law, I won't go easy on you. Why would I hurt her? Jiangli said, I've experimented with this hypnosis technique on my little sister. It's very safe. My little sister's mind is getting better and better. Moreover, when I was treating Miss Schwebeer, you were watching from the side. What could possibly go wrong? Then you can start. Shui Ling hurriedly urged, I hope your treatment will improve. Chapter 20. Jiangli nodded and walked to the bed. Miss Jade, I'm Jiangli. You saw me the other day. It's you. I remember you, but I was sick and didn't have the chance to thank you in person. If you hadn't woken me up that day, I wouldn't even know what would have happened to me. Although Shui Jade looked weak, she was still well-mannered and gentle. She had a good temperament. Don't be nervous. I'm here to treat your illness. Please trust me. Zhongli also wanted to save this girl. Yes, I trust you. Shui Jade's body moved slightly like a dying person grasping at a life-saving straw. How can I help you? What's your sleep quality now? Zhongli asked. Very bad. Every night, it's a 0. Serene took out a device. Nightmares and intense brain activity. Even a beginner hypnotist could only raise my sister's sleep quality to 20. It's still bad. A sleep quality of 60 was a pass, and 20 was super insomnia. As for 0, it was a slow suicide. You didn't hire an intermediate hypnotist? Zhongli asked. An intermediate hypnotist? Serene shook her head. It's not that easy. There's no one in Xinghua City that needs to be hired. We contacted one a few days ago, but he had something to do and couldn't come. At the very least, an intermediate hypnotist would be able to enter a meditative state. Then, through countless hours of hard work, their every action would carry a powerful influence. This kind of person was a wealthy person to begin with, so how could they casually treat others? Plus, their appearance fees were very expensive. More importantly, they serve in the military and the government and didn't usually show their faces. Although the Shui family was rich, it wasn't easy to hire these people. It was already a great honor for them to be able to contact an intermediate hypnotist. Zhongli knew this. He knew that with his current ability, he wouldn't be able to cure Shui Jade's trauma. The intense mental stimulation from the Phantom Fox had caused her nightmares every night, and a beginner hypnotist couldn't do anything. That was because the Phantom Fox's ability was very close to that of an intermediate hypnotist. However, if he ignored the danger and meditated on the brain of the universe, coupled with the Great Spirit Emperor's seal, there should be a high chance of success. The Great Emperor's seal of the mind didn't need to be meditated, and it was already miraculous. If meditation was added, what level would it reach? Zhongli really couldn't imagine it. He wanted to do an experiment. Of course, it was impossible for him to damage his brain cells, so he made this request. Serene, my treatment consumes a lot of brain cells and spirit. I hope that you can provide me with a high nutrition potion. No problem. Serene gestured to Manager Lei. Go and get the Green God nutrition potion. As long as you can cure my sister, even if it's a higher grade forbidden medicine or moon spirit essence, I can give it to you. Moon spirit essence. Hearing this, Zhongli licked his lips. In ancient times, there was a phrase called the essence of the sun and moon. Modern technology had already figured out what it was. The giant Sun and Moon Corporation used high-tech biological methods. On the moon base, they used all kinds of medicine to absorb a type of ray from the moon and condense the moonlight into a physical body. The moonlight was like water, and after taking it, one would be reborn. Bathing in the moonlight under the bright moon, one would feel refreshed. This was actually the reflection of sunlight from the moon and a type of ray inside the body, creating a tranquil feeling in the depths of one's heart. The Sun and Moon Corporation used modern technology to truly create the sun and moon essence from ancient legends. Of course, the sun and moon essence had a hallucinogenic effect on one's spirit, just like taking drugs. It was addictive, and it was many times stronger than drug addiction. Therefore, only people who could enter deep sleep could take it. It wasn't sold in the market because the government prohibited it. It could only be bought and sold in the black market. The Green God Corporation was a subsidiary of the Sun and Moon Corporation. From this, one could see how big the Sun and Moon Corporation was. In the black market, the Sun and Moon Essence cost at least $150,000 per tube. Sun and Moon Essence was divided into two types. The first was Moon Spirit Essence, and the second was Sun Spirit Essence. Moon Spirit Essence could be absorbed by a person in deep sleep, but Sun Spirit Essence was even more amazing. One needed to be in the third stage of deep sleep to absorb it. Even if Zhongli had the money, he couldn't get it. He had to go to the dangerous black market to buy it. Not long after, Manager Lei Dong brought over dozens of tubes of nutrient solution. At the same time, he also brought over a box. Inside the box was a small bottle of transparent liquid that flowed like light. Jiangli was stunned when he saw it. It seemed that moonlight was sealed inside. This is the moon's spirit essence. It's so beautiful. He secretly swallowed his saliva. This small bottle contains moon spirit essence. 10 grams is 150,000 star dollars. Serene said, I can give you 1 gram now and mix it with the nutrient solution to replenish your stamina, allowing your vitality to reach its peak. This way, you can focus on treating my sister. However, you have to sign this contract. If you can't help my sister recover, you have to compensate for the loss. Okay. Although the conditions were a little harsh, Jiangli decided to take a gamble. He watched as Serene took out a small drop of moon spirit essence from the bottle and dripped it into the nutrient solution. Then, she handed it over. Put 30 tubes of nutrient solution together. Jiangli was very straightforward. He saw a cup at the side and took it over. He directly poured it into a large cup. Aren't you afraid of excessive nutrition? It will damage your body? Serene was shocked. This thing, no matter how much stamina is consumed, I only need 1 tube a day. You don't have to care about this. In any case, sign the contract. If anything happens to me, you won't be responsible. Jiangli drank it all in 1 gulp. He immediately felt an intense warm current surrounding his body. It felt as if his body was about to burst. It was like a starving ghost suddenly seeing delicious food and swallowing it in big mouthfuls. As a result, his stomach burst and he died. If others drank a big mouthful, they would definitely have excessive nutrition, causing kidney failure or even cell necrosis, resulting in various diseases. Because this nutrient solution was directly absorbed by the human body, it was different from food. However, he was different. He had already used up too much of his life potential and now needed to replenish it. The more he drank, the more his life potential would be replenished bit by bit. In the past, the damage caused by his embryonic breathing needed a large amount of nutrition to make up for. As expected, after drinking it, he felt the cells in his body wriggling and absorbing a large amount of nutrition. He didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt extremely comfortable. In particular, there was an incomparably cool feeling that rose to his brain. The intense stimulation made him feel as if he was floating and dancing in the wind. As expected of moon spirit essence, it has great benefits for the body, but the mental hallucinations it creates are too strong. Brain of a universe, meditate. Jiangli immediately began to meditate. As expected, his brain cells were 10 times more active, but he didn't feel a nosebleed. A large amount of nutrition was consumed. White mist seeped out of Jiangli's pores. This was because his whole body was breathing in oxygen. Miss Snow, look at my hand, Jiangli suddenly shouted. His voice was like a lion's roar. It was majestic and dispelled evil. Snow was startled. As expected, she woke up with a start and became spirited. Jiangli suddenly formed seals with his hands at lightning speed. He was like a butterfly dancing in a field of flowers with a charming charm. Sprite couldn't help but stare. Her breathing became much steadier. Serene also stared at Jiangli to see what he was going to do and how he was going to treat her. However, she didn't expect that he would suddenly form seals with his hands. His speed was extremely fast and his posture was graceful. She couldn't help but be stunned and her mind was attracted. What a powerful hand gesture hypnosis. She wanted to see Jiangli's hand gesture clearly. However, when her eyes were focused on it, her mind was attracted and she became muddled again. She immediately closed her eyes and didn't dare to look again. However, the sound of the hand gestures in her ears made her feel somewhat hypnotized. What? Sound wave hypnosis? She was shocked and covered her ears with her hands. Only then did she feel a little better. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After dozens of minutes, the sound disappeared. She opened her eyes abruptly and found that Jiangli was sweating profusely and weak. On the bed, Snow was in a deep sleep. Her vital signs were unusually stable. Her breathing was long and even, and her heartbeat and pulse were slow. What? Serene was very good. She was one of the top 10 students in her school. She was proficient in every subject and had a clear understanding of vital signs. Every time my sister falls asleep, Her breathing is rapid, and her heartbeat and pulse are very strong. The nightmares consume her energy. But now she's so stable. She quickly took out a device and approached her sister's body to examine her. After a while, a line of words appeared on the device. Vital signs are stable. Sleep quality, 100. She's in a deep sleep. Serene was overjoyed. This is a miracle. We even hired a beginner hypnotist. He said that he was hurt by the illusory fox, and his nerves were damaged. He couldn't use hypnosis to erase the damage caused by the illusory fox to her subconscious. How did you do it? Zhongli only smiled. This time he went all out. The speed at which he formed the hand gestures was much faster than before. His hand gestures were like a dream. Coupled with his meditation, it created a powerful influence. His hand gestures would be deeply engraved in Snow's mind, and she would recall them over and over again. The stance of the Great Spirit Emperor seal was to be immovable like a mountain, towering and towering, with one hand touching the outer space. When Zhongli first saw this stance, he felt incomparably serene, vanquishing evil, eliminating terror, and preventing heart demons from growing. It was simply like a great Buddha that suppressed everything, giving off an incomparably safe feeling. Zhongli was proficient in this secret art. He had gradually cultivated his aura and influence. It would definitely be effective if he penetrated deep into the other party's subconscious. His hypnosis had gone through a long period of training, cultivation, and examination. If he combined it with the brain of the universe, he would definitely be able to reach the level of a beginner hypnotist. Miss Serene, your sister's illness is mainly due to excessive shock. Her nerves are weak. Now that I've hypnotized her, she will definitely be fine. Zhongli also looked at Snow's vital signs. She will wake up soon. Let's not disturb her. Let's go out. Okay. Serene almost cried tears of joy. Luckily, the Soul Emperor seal does have the effect of eliminating fear, suppressing inner demons, and stabilizing one's mind. The treatment is beginning to show results. Zhongli also heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 21. The two of them walked outside. Manager Lei Dong paced back and forth in the corridor. He was worried that something might happen. Miss Serene, how is it? Very good. My sister is sleeping peacefully. Serene said, You can leave now. I want to talk to Zhongli alone. Yes. Lei Dong was ecstatic. His recommendation was successful, and he had made a great contribution. The Shui family would definitely not mistreat him. Zhongli, I really have to thank you this time. Shui Ling rubbed her eyes and looked at her elder sister who was sleeping soundly in the room. She felt very happy. Don't celebrate too early, Zhongli solemnly said. In a few hours, Miss Shui will wake up. Let's first examine her body's condition. Furthermore, her injuries are too deep. I'm afraid that I'll have to use hypnosis frequently to treat her so that she can fully recover. No problem. Snow Spirit was more than happy to hear that. Tell me, what's your request? I don't have any requests. Zhongli said, I came here to look for a job. I heard that Miss Shui hasn't recovered yet, so I came to take a look. I happened to learn hypnosis, and it worked well. It seems that the initial treatment is effective. As long as you provide me with nutrition every time, I will treat you. Also, you can pay me the treatment fee of a beginner hypnotist. Jiang Li's words were reasonable. He only wanted to exchange his skills for money. It was a win-win situation. This was what it meant to be upright. You want to earn money? Serene's eyes moved. Where did you learn this hypnosis? You've hidden it well. I learned it on the internet. But that post has been deleted. Jiang Li used the same excuse. Shui Ling said, How about this? You save my elder sister, and I'll give you 100,000 celestial dollars. You have to go through hypnosis once a day, and I'll provide the nutrients needed for hypnosis until she recovers completely. That's great. Jiang Li was overjoyed. 100,000 star dollars was a huge sum to Jiang Li. He could buy countless tonics and medicines with it. With 100,000 star dollars, I can even go to the black market to buy some forbidden drugs. Jiang Li thought. The black market was very complicated. It was a very large system that specialized in reselling firearms, mechas, and even medicine that was circulated in the elite region. It was rumored that as long as one had enough money, they could even buy genetic potions. This was an illegal market, but there were military bigwigs behind the smuggling. However, the black market wasn't in Starflower City, but in another city called Suhua City. The ruins of the ruins. This part of the city was very chaotic. It was a battlefield left behind from the World War, and there was very strong radiation. After the transformation of the city, although the radiation was weakened a lot, the government was not willing to station themselves there. Over time, the city became a mixture of crooks and honest folk. Public security was in chaos, and a black market was formed. Any city with the word Hua, and it was part of the Hua Nation. Jiang Li had already been drooling over some of the banned drugs on the black market. I'm going to rest for a while. I was so tired just now. Jiang Li then sat down and began to regulate his breathing. Since it was very safe here, he gradually fell into a deep sleep. Amazing. He can enter a deep sleep at any time. The second stage? There are less than 10 people in the school who can cultivate their spirit. I wonder how strong they are. Serene was secretly surprised, but she could only wait. 2 hours later, a voice came from the bedroom. Serene, it's Sister. Sister is awake. Snow Spirit rushed into the bedroom in one step. Her speed was so fast that Jiangli felt that she was very powerful. At the moment when Shuebai woke up, he opened his eyes as well. Although he was in a deep sleep, he could sense everything in the outside world. He was even faster than a startled monkey at the slightest movement. Serene's vitality is strong, even higher than mine. As expected of a rich kid, it's good to have a lot of resources. When the two of them reached the room, Shuebai propped herself up. There was a trace of redness on her face. Sister, how did you sleep? Did you have any nightmares? No, I slept very soundly. Shuebai was in good spirits. I'm a little hungry. Give me some porridge. Okay, I'll have someone send it over immediately. Serene was overjoyed. Sister, this is the first time you've said you're hungry in so many days. Yes, I slept very well. I've recovered a lot. Shuebai looked at Jiangli. Thank you, Jiangli. But I still need a long time to recuperate. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well again. Don't worry, I can hypnotize you. Jiangli smiled. I believe that you'll recover in 10 days to half a month. I guarantee that your body will be even better than before. Thank you so much. A trace of fear appeared in Shuebai's eyes. I'm not afraid of nightmares anymore. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps came from outside. Manager Lei Dong came in. Miss Bai, you're awake? Uncle Lei, I'm much better. At this time, a waiter came in with an exquisite bowl of rice porridge. The porridge was like red jade, sparkling and translucent. The fragrance was light, and it made one's mouth water. This was the expensive vermilion jade rice. It was not sold by the kilogram, but by the grain. 1 grain was worth more than 10 star dollars. Shuebai slowly drank the porridge and finished it in a short while. She stretched her back comfortably. As expected, she was in good spirits. She's really getting better. Many hypnotists and psychologists couldn't treat her, but now she's actually getting better. The chairman will be very happy when he finds out. I'll inform the chairman immediately. Lei Dong hurriedly said, Uncle Lei, don't be anxious. Take 100,000 star dollars and transfer it to Jiangli. This is the treatment fee for Sister. It won't be too late to inform Father when she gets better. Okay. Manager Lei Dong hurriedly transferred the money to Jiangli. Jiangli remained calm and collected. He wanted to accept the money. The treatment fee was the treatment fee, and the compensation was the compensation fee. If he didn't accept it, people would suspect his motives. I won't stand on ceremony then. He took out his student microchip and asked someone to transfer the money. In a short while, he received 100,000 star dollars. To the Shui group, 100,000 star dollars was only enough to buy a branded bag. Miss Serene, I took 100,000 star dollars from you to treat Miss Shuebai. Consider it the treatment fee. Jiangli solemnly said, this is equivalent to a course of treatment. After a course of treatment, we'll see how the improvement is. Okay. Serene thought for a moment and said, I'll leave everything to you. Don't worry. I'll come once a day until Miss Shuebai recovers. With 100,000 celestial essence in his hands, Jiangli felt at ease and at ease. Of course, he would do his best to treat Shuebai. During the treatment process, he would also gain a lot of experience in hypnosis. He could also enjoy the nourishment, meditate on the universe brain, and make some breakthroughs in the Soul Emperor's seal and meditation. At home, on the optical computer, a lot of information was jumping. Jiangli stared at the thread, searching for Black Market of Ruined City. Suddenly, a large amount of information appeared. There were all kinds of information. There were information about buying and selling weapons, hiring people to fight, killing enemies, hiring hypnotists, buying and selling drugs, and even underground fighting, recruitment for gangs. The information was a mess. At the very least, Jiangli saw a lot of information about beginner hypnotists. The prices were all very high. In short, the black market was a place full of chaos, ambition, and opportunities. It was a paradise for criminals. Of course, there were also some forbidden drugs that couldn't be bought in the market. The moon spirit is so expensive. It actually costs 150 to 180,000 star dollars for a small bottle of 10 grams. Also, some people went to the black market to buy it, but it was snatched away the moment they came out. Forbidden drugs couldn't be sent by express delivery or mail. If they were found, they would be treated as drug trafficking. To buy forbidden drugs, one had to personally go to the black market to make the transaction. I can't afford the moon spirit's essence. I'll take a step back and see if there's anything that can increase the vitality of my cells and replenish my life potential. Jiangli searched through the threads one by one. All of a sudden, a suitable forbidden drug entered his eyes. It was a syringe of green, jade-colored medicine that flickered with a beautiful luster. Super protein cell activation injection. Jiang Li's eyes widened. The introduction, able to inject super protein into the cells, strengthening the human body's immunity and cell activity, restoring damaged life potential, delaying aging, removing toxins, and adjusting the body's endocrine system. But when injecting it, due to the strong medicinal properties, it would cause damage to the nervous system. One had to be in a deep sleep state. In fact, most forbidden drugs had strong medicinal properties and would cause damage to the nervous system. Some could improve the body after injection, but it would be extremely painful. Some would make one feel like they were on cloud 9 and were easily addicted. At that time, it would cause mental damage. Only with an extremely strong spirit will, one could adjust the body and overcome the medicinal properties. Only then would one be able to dissolve the drug perfectly. Super protein. It was specially used to strengthen the cells. Jiangli looked at the introduction again and searched for information about super protein. He discovered that after the injection, it was best for the person to be in the third stage of deep sleep. During exercise, the person would enter a deep sleep state and exercise vigorously to dissolve the medicinal properties. This way, the medicinal properties could be perfectly absorbed. Otherwise, the cells wouldn't be able to absorb so much nutrients. Instead, it would speed up the aging process, causing a series of diseases and damage to the liver. Overnutrition was more dangerous than undernutrition. Overnutrition could lead to obesity, high blood lipids, diabetes, coronary heart disease, and stroke. Excessive intake of certain nutrients that couldn't be metabolized in time could lead to poisoning. Excessive protein intake would also increase the metabolic burden of the liver and kidneys. Ordinary people would be swollen all over after being injected with super protein. Soon, various organs would be damaged and they would lose their lives. How many people could reach the stage of drunken fist? Therefore, this thing was expensive and the requirements for the injection were high. Fortunately, I'm not in danger of overnutrition. I just lack nutrition to replenish my life potential. Jiangli made up his mind. Although he hadn't reached the third stage of deep sleep, he definitely wouldn't be overnourished. I'll find time to go to the black market to buy super protein. However, he had to make a lot of preparations before going to the black market. He couldn't be too hasty. After searching on the internet, he found that there were many gangs in the black market in Suhua City. There were almost no police. Many people had been robbed after going there. Women were even more miserable. They were raped everywhere. However, there were many things that were prohibited from being bought in the market. Therefore, many people still flock to the black market. Some companies could only purchase forbidden drugs through the black market. I'll treat Shwe by her first. I'll use her nutrition drinks to strengthen myself before going to the black market. Chapter 22. School. Physical training room. Jiang Li's training now was like a moon surrounded by stars. All the students in the class gathered around him. Because he was evenly matched with the class monitor, Zhang Yu, last time he immediately established his prestige. Brother Jiang, your physical strength has increased a lot recently. How much is your fist strength now? A male student said with a flattering tone. His name was Li Dong. His vitality was 0.8, and he was considered outstanding in the class. However, compared to Jiang Li and Zhang Yu, he was far inferior. Originally, everyone in the class wanted to curry favor with Zhang Yu. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu didn't care about these small characters, and Jiang Li was more approachable. Yeah, Brother Jiang, let's test your physical strength. A few female students also chimed in and chattered. They used to ignore Jiang Li, but now they also gathered around him. This made Jiang Li feel that having strength was equivalent to having status. Guomeng also gained a lot of face when he followed his best friend. Okay, I'll give it a try. Jiang Li walked in front of a machine. This machine was as tall as 2 people and wide. There was a sandbag on it, and the sandbag was connected to an optical computer. It could accurately calculate the specific strength of each punch. Hi. Walking in front of the machine, he was at ease. With a slight pull of his hand knife, a stream of air broke through the air. Halfway there, he clenched his fist, and the speed of his movements was too fast for the eyes to follow. He ruthlessly bombarded the sandbag. Fist strength 0.8 ton. A number appeared on the optical computer, and a mechanical voice reported it. Wow, 0.8 ton. A girl screamed. I remember when Zhang Yu tested it. It was only 0.76 ton. In other words, Brother Zhang's fist strength surpassed Zhang Yu's. Li Dong was secretly shocked. He had asked Jiang Li to test his fist strength because he wanted to see his true strength. He didn't expect it to be far beyond his estimation. Moreover, Jiang Li's fist strength had reached 0.8 ton. If he used all his strength, it would be even more terrifying. However, his brother Jiang Tao's fist strength was 0.9 ton. Fortunately, it wasn't a big problem for him to reach 0.9 ton with his full strength. Just this one punch had once again established an even stronger prestige in the hearts of the crowd. One had to know that most of the 4,000 students in the class only had a punching force of 0.4 tons. Some of the more outstanding students only had a punching force of 0.5 tons. After many tests, no one had ever exceeded 0.5 tons. Looking at the numbers, Jiang Li was very satisfied. It seemed that after fighting with the illusion fox and activating the Spirit Emperor's seal, his stamina had improved tremendously, and his movements had become more coordinated. If he met Zhang Yu again, he would definitely be able to crush him. Strange, why didn't class monitor Zhang Yu come to class today? Many students wanted to see how Zhang Yu and Jiang Li would fight again. Zhang Yu's friends are all the school's elites, the cream of the crop in other classes. He wouldn't even look at those with vitality points lower than 0.9. However, I think Brother Zhang's vitality will definitely exceed 0.9 in this final exam. When that time comes, he will also be a top-notch figure. Zhang, you can't be arrogant anymore. Everyone was talking at once. Everyone, let's start training. If there's anything you don't understand or need pointers, you can ask me. Unlike Zhang Yu, Jiang Li was very amiable and good at building relationships. He didn't put on any airs, and after a few days, he became the leader of the class. Okay, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is so loyal. You have to take care of us in the future. If other classes bully our class, Brother Jiang has to take action. Yes, our class is the weakest in our grade, and we are often bullied. In the past, Zhang Yu basically didn't care, but now Brother Jiang has finally taken care of it. The female students were all flattering him. Bro, you're riding on the crest of success now. Guomeng walked up and whispered, I see that a few girls are interested in you. As long as you beckon with your finger, you can get them. Create a chance for your bro. Why don't you keep one? I'm still single in my 3rd year of high school, and I'm really thirsty. Screw you. Jiangli laughed and scolded. Thirsty? This is the last year of high school. Study hard and get good grades. Then, you can find a random girl when you get into a university. At that moment, all the students were training in the sports room, using all their strength to fight, sweat, and youth. Bang! The door of the sports room was kicked open, and the loud sound spread across the whole class. All the students in the class looked towards the door. A student appeared at the door. He was also 9 meters tall, had a perfect figure, and was handsome with a threatening aura. It's Yang Wu from Class 1. His vitality is 0.9, and he is ranked 37th in the school's assessment. He is even higher than Zhang Yu. What is he doing in our class? Class 1 is the strongest class in the 3rd year of the school. Yang Wu was one of the strongest people in the school. The moment he entered, he gave everyone a sense of pressure. All the students in the class fell silent, not knowing what this person wanted. Who is Jiangli? Yang Wu raised his head and swept his gaze across. Looking for me? Jiangli frowned and took a step forward. What's the matter? You are Jiangli? Yang Wu glanced at Jiangli, who was 8 meters tall, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. Brother Bing wants to see you. Come with me. Jiangli used to be 75 meters tall, but after a few months of training and absorbing a large amount of nutrients, his internal secretions had changed. He had grown stronger, taller, and more muscular. Now he was 8 meters tall, but he was still a little short of 9 meters. Brother Bing. Jiangli remembered that in the school, Brother Bing's famous name was Zheng Wenbing. Why do you want to see me? Don't ask too much. Just come with me. Yang Wu hooked his finger. I'll bring you to see Brother Bing. Bro, don't go. Guoming took a step forward. They might mess with you. If you want to go, go with our classmates. It won't be that easy for other classes to bully us. That's right. Brother Jiang, we'll go with you. A few students shouted. No need. You guys go ahead with your training. Jiangli waved his hand. After his fight with the Phantom Fox, he had become indifferent to many things, let alone the students in the school. Go. Show me the way. He waved his hand. Humph. Yang Wu snorted and turned to leave. He didn't care about the group of people in the class at all. In his eyes, those with vitality below 0.9 were just useless. 200 years ago, in the era of the country, the top students with good grades looked down on the poor students, let alone now. Back then, good grades were just an empty reputation. Now, good grades were because of their strong vitality. After a while, he followed Yang Wu to another building. It was also a sports room, but it was very advanced. There were all kinds of equipment and even a virtual brain. This was a brain training room specially built by the school. It could project all kinds of virtual scenes for people to train in. It was charged $100 per hour, which was equivalent to a month's salary for Jiang Li's parents. Only rich families could afford the training. Yang Wu swiped his card and the large glass door opened. In the center of the sports room was a large arena. On the arena, a student in white was fighting with many soldiers. Those soldiers were virtual projections, but they were very real. The projections were vivid and lifelike, and one could even see their expressions. They were all elite soldiers from the optical supercomputer, and they were experts in combat. Although they were virtual, one could still feel the killing intent from them when they stood face to face. The advanced artificial brain used all kinds of laser energy to create virtual scenes. Those soldiers were energy bodies, and if they were caught, they could even leave bloody marks on people's bodies. The first virtual training was to cut fruits. People were in a house, and fruits formed by light fell from the sky. People would use a knife to cut them, training the accuracy of their knife skills. But now, the virtual training could create living people with a certain amount of attack power. It was the condensation of energy bodies. Bang, bang, bang. The student in white suddenly jumped up and dodged the attacks of two soldiers. He punched the head of another soldier, causing blood to flow on the ground and gradually disappear. Then his body flashed and punched out. Critical hit. His fists were like a violent storm. Each punch weighed several hundred kilograms. His speed was as fast as the wind and as ferocious as a tiger. Tens of soldiers were instantly torn apart by him. DDD. The virtual scene disappeared. So, the student in white jumped down from the arena, and the surrounding students hurriedly sent towels to him to wipe his sweat. Brother Bing, Jiang Li is here. Yang Wu snapped his fingers. Yang Wu, as expected of my brother. The student in white was Zheng Wenbing. He was tall, handsome, and had a natural aura. Looking at the strength and technique he used to tear apart the virtual soldiers, it was obvious that he had reached the peak. The students around him also had a vitality of 0.8. These students were all from ordinary families, and they were willing to run errands for Zheng Wenbing. They could obtain some benefits from this. However, there was another student beside him. He was also tall and handsome, but he had an arrogant air about him. It was actually the class monitor, Zhang Yu. The school's three most outstanding characters, Zheng Wenbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu, were all gathered together, glaring at Jiang Li. Of course, among these three people, Zheng Wenbing was the center. Zheng Wenbing's family was the most powerful, and his personal strength was also at the peak. During the last final exam, his vitality had already reached 0.98, and he was just a step away from entering the realm of 1. As long as he entered 1, his status would be completely different. He would definitely be able to summon the wind and rain in the school. Not only that, he would also have an extremely high status in society. The military, the police, and the government were all thirsty for such a student. This is just a small matter. Yang Wu nodded and looked at Jiang Li. Brother Bing is right here. Why aren't you greeting him? We're all classmates. Jiang Li sneered. You guys aren't from the underworld. Why do you still need to greet him? Since when did the school have such a rule? How daring, one of the students said darkly. Bing Ji, it seems like we have to beat him up first. The other students immediately surrounded him, glaring like tigers. It seemed like this wasn't the first time they did something like this. You're very daring. Zheng Wenbing waved his hand, telling them not to make a move for the time being. He came in front of Jiang Li. Your brother Jiang Tao has the ability to not put me in his eyes. What right do you have to do that? Don't tell me you're borrowing your brother's power to intimidate others. Why did you ask me to come here? Jiang Li looked around. He was already surrounded. If it was him in the past, he would have felt great psychological pressure, but now he was eager to fight. Don't tell me you want me to persuade Jiang Tao not to associate with Lu Yaoyao. I can't control him, so it's useless to look for me. I asked you to come here today because I need you to do something. Zheng Wenbing threw away the towel he used to wipe his sweat. Your family is eating together. I have a bag of drugs here. You just need to secretly put it in Jiang Tao's bowl. After that, I'll give you 10,000 star dollars. You've probably never seen such a large amount of money in your life. What? You want me to poison my brother? A strange look appeared on Jiang Li's face. More than 200 years ago in the 21st century, there was a student who was jealous of another student's good grades and poisoned him. Now, Zheng Wenbing was also using the same trick. Zheng Wenbing actually wanted to poison him for the matter of Jiang Tao defeating him. Chapter 23. Don't be nervous. It's just a chronic neurotoxin. It's colorless and odorless, so it won't be discovered. Furthermore, it won't threaten your brother's life. It will only cause his physical strength to slowly decline. Zheng Wenbing was expressionless. I know that you aren't happy in your family. All the resources in the family have been given to Jiang Tao, so you can't stand out. Now, I'll give you a chance. How about it? It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Zhang Yu said from behind. I heard that you have a younger sister who's still in junior high. You're thinking about my sister. Jiang Li's expression changed drastically. His heart was burning with anger, but he endured it. After a long period of training, his mind was no longer impulsive. He calmly thought about countermeasures. Zheng Wenbing, now is a society governed by law. Even the rich can't cover the sky with one hand. Your actions will only bring about your own destruction. Modern society governed by law. Zheng Wenbing seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world. 200 years ago, it was still a society governed by law. But now, some people can live for hundreds of years, while others can only live for 100 years. The essence of life is no longer equal. Yang Wu waved his hand and sneered. Jiang Li, you're too naive. The more advanced technology is, the more advantages the rich will have. In the future, the rich can even live forever, while the poor can only wait for death. Paying attention to the law. We rich are born nobler than you. It's useless to say all this. Don't forget, compared to the people in the elite area, we're all poor. You're not an elite yet. Zhang took a step forward. Zheng Wenbing, it's impossible for me to agree to deal with my brother. Even if you give me 100,000 or $1,000,000 star dollars, it's useless. And I'm warning you, if you lay your hands on my sister, I won't let you go. Zheng Wenbing put his hands behind his back. These words have some weight coming from Jiang Tao's mouth. But coming from you, it's a big joke. In fact, I don't have to be so complicated. With just a word from me, your parents will lose their jobs. The company your parents work for is a subsidiary of the Shui Group. And one of my brothers happens to be an executive of the Shui Group. This was another major threat. His parents losing their jobs was a huge blow to Jiang Li's family. After all, his parents had to work hard to support their family's education, food, clothing, and other expenses. Parents are working too hard. It's good to let them rest. Jiang Li was not threatened. My brother and I will earn money to support the family. Looks like you want to die? Zheng Wenbing sighed. I can't help you even then. Don't you dare. Jiang Li's eyes suddenly blazed. As long as I call the police, you'll have to bear the consequences. Call the police. I was just joking with you just now to test your relationship with your brother. It seems like you're not jealous of your brother at all. Zheng Wenbing said slowly. Suddenly, his tone changed, and he smiled slyly. TSK, TSK. What a deep brotherhood. Joking with me? Jiang Li was shocked. He really couldn't figure out what Zheng Wenbing was thinking. Under normal circumstances, this kind of situation was against the law, and the other party's future would be ruined. However, he said it was a joke. Perhaps it was a threat. The meaning was clear. I have many ways to play with you and your brother. Perhaps you and your brother will be poisoned unknowingly. Moreover, it's an undetectable neurotoxin. Or perhaps he wanted to sow discord between them. Brother Bing, don't talk too much with him. Zhang Yu was impatient. Let this kid suffer a little first. Then he'll know how powerful we are and naturally listen to us. Zhang Yu, are you trying to take revenge on me for what happened last time? Jiang Li said calmly. So what if I am? Zhang Yu's expression became fierce. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly last time. Of course, I was careless. I won't be so lucky today. Let's just compare notes. It shouldn't be considered a fight. Brother, you do it. This kid is unmoved by force or persuasion. Yang Wu crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. I'll help you hold the line. You play with him first. I don't believe that a poor kid can have any future. Zhang Yu, it's best not to fight in school. We're all civilized people. What's the point of beating him up? There are many ways to play with him. Violence is the worst way. Zheng Wenbing shook his head. Jiang Li, you have to think it through. If you have a way to make your brother restrain himself, I won't do anything to you. If your brother is still so arrogant and despotic, then I really don't mind using some underhanded methods to deal with him. Don't hit people in the face. That day, he slapped me hard. Now, you're not giving me any face. What do you think I should do? As he spoke, Zheng Wenbing's tone was very calm. He touched his face, as if recalling the moment of humiliation. His eyes were very cold, like a poisonous snake. So was my brother, who slapped him. Jiang Li was shocked. This hatred was not small. No wonder Zheng Wenbing was so angry. This kind of rich kid had hundreds of followers in school. Now that he was slapped in the face in public, he could do anything. He was still able to keep his composure now. He was a ruthless character and would be even more difficult to deal with in the future. Brother Bing, I'll help you vent your anger first. Zhang Yu suddenly made his move. Bang! Zhang Yu spread his fingers and used the reverse arm-shoulder lock, a move from the capturing enemy killing technique, to grab Jiang Li's shoulder. Zhang Yu's attack was like the wind. His arm pierced through the air like an ape's long arm, creating a sharp wind sound. With a vitality of 0.9, only military instructors could block it. Compared to the time in the sports hall, Zhang Yu had improved a lot. It seemed that after his arm was scratched by Jiang Li, He had trained hard and even consumed some high-grade tonic to increase his stamina. Bang! Zhongli shrugged his shoulders. His bones seemed to have come to life, and he dodged slightly, causing Zhang Yu to grab nothing but air. Oh! A series of exclamations rang out. Not only was Zhang Yu shocked, even Zheng Wenbing and his lackeys found it inconceivable. Zhang Yu was an expert among experts. With a single grab, even an outstanding student with a vitality of 0, it wouldn't be able to block it, let alone a person with a vitality of 0. 7. Damn it. Zhang Yu's expression turned ugly after his attack missed. Killing intent surged from his body, and he was about to use his killer move and attack with all his might. What are you guys doing? At this moment, a voice came from the door. The sports hall's door had been pushed open, and a girl stood at the door. Luohan. Luohan. It was actually one of the 4 goddesses of the school, Luohan. What are you guys doing? Bullying a classmate. The moment Luohan walked in, she scanned the scene before her. She already knew what was going on. She walked to Zhang Li's side and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Zhang Li smiled faintly. "Zhang Yu, you're the class monitor of Zhang Li's class. Why are you ganging up with Zheng Wenbing to bully a classmate?" Luohan questioned. "This?" Zhang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm just giving student Zhang Li some pointers." "You call that bullying?" "That's right, Luohan. Zhang Yu wasn't just giving pointers. Look at student Zhang Li. He doesn't have a single wound on his body. This isn't bullying." Zheng Wenbing smiled calmly. Luohan looked at Zhang Li. Indeed, there were no wounds on his body, nor were there any signs of being beaten. She couldn't help but frown. She was smart and had already guessed what was going on. "Student Zhang Li, your combat skills are very poor. You need more practice. As the class monitor, I'll come looking for you often. I must raise your grades so that you don't drag our class down." Zhang Yu's words had a double meaning. "Zhang Li, go back first." Luohan defended him. "If there's a chance, I'll give you pointers on cultivation and combat skills in the future. You don't need them." Hearing this, Zhang Yu, Zheng Wenbing, and the others' faces twitched. As one of the 4 goddesses of the school, Luohan had countless boys wanting to get close to her. They had never seen her take the initiative to approach a boy, and a very ordinary one at that. "There's no need for that." Zhang Li walked forward lightly. "Class monitor Zhang Yu wants to give me pointers on combat skills. It's a kind gesture. How can I refuse?" "Don't be rash." Luohan quickly stopped him. "Zhang Li, you're no match for Zhang Yu. Don't be impulsive." "Ha!" Zhang Yu laughed it off. "Since student Zhang Li strongly requested it, I'll give you some pointers." Luohan, as you can see, student Zhang Li took the initiative to ask for pointers. "Don't worry." Zhang Li shrugged his shoulders and looked at Luohan. His eyes were filled with confidence and strength. "All right, I'll watch from here." Although Luohan was very worried, she had the confidence to hold the fort and control the situation at the critical moment. Thus, she nodded. "Class monitor Zhang Yu, be careful." Zhang Li raised his hands, clenched his fists, and raised them above his head. His hands formed a circle. This posture was full of openings and was practically useless in combat. However, the moment he executed this posture, his entire aura changed. It was like a blazing sun in a clear sky, illuminating the earth. This was one of the starting postures of the Great Emperor Soul Seal. Coupled with meditation, Zhang Li's spirit suddenly became much more focused. "What fist technique is this? Why are there so many openings?" Zhang Yu sneered. Suddenly, he took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. A series of elbow strikes. This was the consecutive jab of the military piercing explosive fist. Bam, bam, bam. Punches pierced through the air, accompanied by kicks. Zhang Yu's first move was a killing move. Fast, fast, fast. His hands struck out with elbows, his feet shoveled, stomped, kicked, and lifted. Just a slight touch would cause tendons and bones to break. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Zhang Li like a ferocious beast in human form. D-rank physical technique, capturing enemy, killing technique. This was a ferocious move popular in military. Using both hands and feet, one would attack the enemy with all their might, hoping to kill or cripple the enemy. Jiangli smiled as he watched Zhang Yu approach. Bang! Just as Zhang Yu neared, he suddenly flashed, and his entire body seemed to vanish. Twisting bones, roundhouse kill. He circled to Zhang Yu's side and clawed out. Dragon claw capture, blazing fire dragon. Numerous claw shadows flashed like flames, grabbing at every vital point on Zhang Yu's body. Damn it! Zhang Yu saw a series of claw shadows coming from the side, completely enveloping his body. He immediately clenched his teeth and spun around. Lie down for me, Jiangli sneered. His body advanced, and his fist exploded forth like a shark breaking through the water surface to bite. The two of them collided. Zhang Yu let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. Just as he touched Jiangli's body, he was spun around and slammed into, deftly neutralizing the force of his attack. Then, with a ferocious strike, Zhang Yu was sent flying. Kacha, kacha! Zhang Yu fell to the ground, and all the bones in his body seemed to have cracked. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. An influential figure in the school, with a vitality of 0.9, was sent flying with a single move and fainted. Not long ago, Jiangli was evenly matched with Zhang Yu. However, after the battle with the Phantom Fox, he was hypnotized and unlocked the Great Dream Heart Sutra's Soul Emperor Seal. After cultivating this seal, Jiangli's physique improved rapidly, and Zhang Yu was no match for him at all. Chapter 24. What? This scene stunned not only Zheng Wenbing, but also the few students who were idling around, and even Luo Han. Class rep you, your fighting skills aren't that great either. Jiang Li's expression was natural. He didn't think that defeating Zhang Yu was a big deal. After the fight with the Phantom Fox, this kind of school fight was just child's play. Zheng Wenbing, how about I ask you for some fighting skills? You called me here today to learn from each other. Boneless Jiu-Jitsu. Zheng Wenbing's eyes were cold as his facial muscles twitched. He had never thought that while Jiang Tao was strong, his useless brother was even stronger. To knock Zhang Yu unconscious with a single move, even he would not be able to do it. In other words, Jiang Li was stronger than him. Jiang Li, Luohan frowned. How did you become so strong in such a short time? I suddenly became enlightened a few months ago and entered deep sleep. Jiang Li naturally couldn't tell her about his embryonic breathing. Oh, you've made a breakthrough in your spiritual cultivation? Luohan's eyes flashed. Commoners didn't have enough resources to make a name for themselves, so their only hope was to make a breakthrough in their spiritual cultivation. Not bad. Zheng Wenbing's face twitched. Seems like there will be another expert in our school. I'll remember what happened today, and we'll settle it in the future. Let's go. Kid, just you wait. Yang Wu's tone was cruel. He was eager to fight with Jiang Li, but he didn't refute Zheng Wenbing's words. You're leaving just like that? Jiang Li's body flashed and appeared at the entrance of the sports room. He blocked the door and didn't allow them to leave. What do you want? Zheng Wenbing's expression was cold. Nothing. I just want to tell you something. Jiang Li crossed his arms, feeling very relaxed. What is it? Zheng Wenbing's eyes narrowed. Swish. Jiang Li suddenly moved and pounced forward. This pounce was like a hungry tiger looking for a sheep, swift and violent. It was a move from the Great Soul Emperor's seal. Zheng Wenbing's body flickered as he dodged to the side. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he shouted, Kill! His 5 fingers were like hooks as he suddenly clawed out and swept across the throat. If one was caught, the throat would be ruptured. Jiang Li's body didn't change. He raised his hands and chopped down heavily. Suddenly, he roared, Pong! This was the use of severe warning and hypnosis. Zheng Wenbing's whole body trembled, and he couldn't help but stop for a moment. It was at this moment that Jiang Li's heavy hands blocked his hooked claws. With a twist of his arm, a slap followed. Pa! A crisp slap resounded in the sports room. Zheng Wenbing kept retreating. A bloody red mark appeared on his face. He had been slapped in the face by Jiang Li. In less than 3 seconds, Zheng Wenbing was slapped in the face. I want to tell you, Zheng Wenbing, if my brother can slap you, I can also slap you. Jiang Li crossed his arms. In his eyes, Zheng Wenbing's face was blood red, as though she was about to pounce on him like an injured beast. If my brother can slap you, I can too. Zhang Li had been through life and death situations. Why would he be afraid of someone like Zhang Wenbing? Compared to Phantom Fox, he was still a child who had just learned how to walk. How dare you hit me? Zhang Wenbing spat out a few words. Are you convinced? Zhang Li continued. What can you do if I slap you now? Call the police to arrest me? Or call someone to come and beat me up? Or tell the school to expel me? Let me tell you, you can't do any of these three things. You can bear with it for now. This was a sparring session in the sports room. It was normal for Zhang Wenbing to make a mistake. It would be a big joke to call the police. It would be useless to call someone to beat up Zhang Li. If he told the school, they would only think it was a normal sparring session. In other words, no matter what Zhang Wenbing did, it would be embarrassing. Just you wait, Zhang Li. Zhang Wenbing covered his face and walked out. His whole body was trembling. It seemed like he couldn't bear it anymore. However, he couldn't do anything to Zhang Li. At least for now, he could only bear with the slap. In the sports room, only Luohan and Zhang Li were left. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. Luohan seemed to have met Zhang Li for the first time. I'm still a long way from getting into Star University. Zhang Li waved his hand. I'm going to see my sister first. I'm afraid Zhang Wenbing will take revenge. Is Zhang Wenbing taking revenge because of your brother and Lu Yaoyao? Luohan's eyes turned cold. Luohan, don't get involved in this. What you need to do now is to train harder and get into Star University. You don't have much time. I can handle some things myself. Zhang Li didn't want to get too close to Luohan. Zhang Yu wasn't the only one in school who liked Luohan. Zhang Yu was just a small character. A few prodigies with one vitality also had feelings for Luohan. Only when he was strong would he have the right to pursue what he liked. Zhang Wenbing, Zhang Yu, Yang Wu, these people are very narrow-minded. You have to be careful. Luohan reminded him. Don't worry. As long as my results are up to 1 vitality, the school will definitely pay attention to me. They won't dare to do anything to me. Zhang Li was very confident. Oh, right. You're here to train, right? Unfortunately, I can't afford to train here. It's too expensive. It's my treat, Luohan quickly said. That's not necessary. Zhang Li smiled. You do what you need to do. I'll go back and train myself. All right. Luohan took out her student microchip and scanned it on the optical computer in front of her. After verifying her identity, the optical computer said, activating the large-scale virtual instrument. Please select your system. Killing the rogue system, 100 star dollars per hour. Killing the mercenary system, 300 star dollars per hour. Killing the zombie system, 500 star dollars per hour. Is there a martial arts master system? Luohan asked. Sorry, the martial arts master system is not available. It requires too much energy. Currently, the highest is the zombie system. The optical computer's voice was still calm and emotionless. All right, then I'll activate the zombie system for 3 hours. Luohan said. Acceptance successful. Please pay 1,500 star dollars. Also, spend 500 star dollars to purchase energy blocks for 3 hours. 2,000 star dollars was used up just like that. This was equivalent to 2 years of Zhang Li's parents' salary for 3 hours. As expected, it was a game for the rich. But to Luohan, it was nothing. She stood at the center of the instrument. Suddenly, the scene changed. Zombies appeared in all directions. These zombies had copper skin and iron bones. They were extremely strong and moved like the wind. They attacked Luohan ferociously. Visually and auditorily, it created a terrifying feeling. These zombies were all energy bodies. They weren't illusions. This was also created by modern technology. Those illusory scenes were already half real. The virtual humans also had powerful attacks. However, they all relied on energy blocks to maintain themselves. The cost was very high. Right now, Luohan was killing those zombies in the illusory scene. It consumed a lot of energy, which was why it was so expensive. If a person trained like this every day, they would improve greatly. It was equivalent to a life and death battle. Zhang Li also wanted to do it, but he didn't have that much money. He watched as Luohan killed the zombies. Suddenly, she made her move. A zombie was pierced through by her hand and fell to the ground, crawling. It was simply too realistic. He wanted to go in and play, but he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He turned around and left. Damn it, in the infirmary, Zhang Yu had already woken up. He shook his head, still feeling a little dizzy. Fortunately, Jiang Li didn't go all out. He only used the vibrational force of the Dragon Claw capture to knock him out. His body didn't suffer any internal injuries. Zheng Wenbing and Yang Wu were standing at the side. When they saw Zhang Yu come back to his senses, they became even more gloomy. Ever since Zheng Wenbing was slapped, he had been silent. "Brother Bing, are you okay?" Yang Wu didn't dare to ask too much. This slap was not on Zheng Wenbing's face, but on his heart. "I want to kill the two brothers, Jiang Li and Jiang Tao," Zheng Wenbing said coldly. "Brother Bing, don't be impulsive," Yang Wu hurriedly said. "Kill them and sacrifice yourself. Are we just going to let this go?" How could Zhang Yu swallow this insult? With a vengeful expression, he said, "I've never suffered such a huge loss in my entire life. Especially today, I made a fool of myself in front of Luohan. I've lost all my face. I won't be impulsive, and I won't hire people to deal with the two brothers. I will use proper means to destroy their families and consign them to eternal damnation." Zheng Wenbing didn't go berserk. Let's check the Jiang family's information first. These two brothers have pretty good vitality. I need to find their weakness. "Brother Bing, I have people in the police station. They can go and check any information about them. They know everything about them from when they were young to now," Yang Wu probed. "Brother Bing, you have an idea?" Zhang Yu seemed to know what Zheng Wenbing was thinking. "I will find a weakness and control them. These days, as long as one is in society, he will have family and friends. Don't his parents work for a subsidiary company of a Shui group?" Zheng Wenbing thought for a while and calmed down completely. He gently touched his slapped face. "As long as we control his parents, these two brothers can do whatever they want. Aren't they good at fighting? I'll let them fight in the black market and earn money for us." Zhang Yu finally laughed. "Yes, we'll turn these two brats into our money-making tools. They'll do whatever we want them to do. That's the only way to vent our anger. Just beating them up is far from enough." "Of course. What's the use of beating them up?" Zheng Wenbing dialed a number. "Beating them up is the behavior of a reckless man. Hello, is this Brother Tian? I'm Wenbing. Help me check if there's an employee with the surname Jiang in your company." "Yes, his name is Jiang Zhendo. He has two sons, Jiang Tao and Jiang Li." After the call, Zheng Wenbing rubbed his palms. "A bunch of poor bastards want to fight with me? I don't know how they died. I'll make everyone in your family pay for the two slaps." To Jiang Li, this matter was nothing more than a small storm. It was not a big deal. The news of him defeating Zhang Yu did not spread. Luohan would not say anything, and neither would Zhang Yu. Zheng Wenbing and his lackeys were tight-lipped. This was a scandal, and they were afraid that Jiang Li would spread it. However, from then on, Jiang Li was even more careful. He was afraid that Zheng Wenbing would harm his family, especially his sister Jiang Xian. He would secretly follow her every day after school. Ever since he had the experience of capturing the magic fox, he had trained his mind to be calmer. If someone tried to harm him, he should be able to sense it. His sixth sense was like a god helping him. It seemed that Zheng Wenbing and the others were hatching a conspiracy. "I have to go to the black market in Suhua City," Jiang Li said. "With the super protein in hand, it can temporarily alleviate the problem of my lack of nutrition and completely heal the damage to my life potential caused by my fetus. Even if the black market threatens me, I have to go." Jiang Li immediately stood up and left as soon as he said he would. He was a little expectant. If he could really buy this forbidden drug with 100,000 star dollars, could he start meditating on the brain of the universe after injecting it? He immediately went online and bought a ticket to Suhua City. At the same time, he also bought a makeup face mask. The makeup face mask was a high-tech mask. It was very cheap and didn't cost much. He didn't need any sophisticated makeup, as long as he didn't let others see his face. It was best not to show his face when he went to Suhua City. It was very complicated there. It was completely violent, chaotic, and lawless. More than an hour later, a middle-aged man got off the hover train and arrived at Suhua City. This middle-aged man was Jiang Li, who wore the makeup face mask. The distance between Suhua City and Xinghua City was more than 1,000 kilometers, but it only took an hour by car. But when Jiang Li got off the hover train, he felt a completely different world. His first impression was that it was dirty and messy. Chapter 25. This was the first time Jiang Li stepped into a city other than Xinghua City. As soon as he got out of the train station, the ground was littered with rubbish and was blown by the wind. There were all kinds of people with sinister faces and cold temperaments. They were not good people. The tall buildings all around looked shabby. This was Suhua City, a paradise for adventurers, a paradise for criminals, and a black market for underground transactions. Jiang Li's main purpose for coming here was to buy the forbidden drug, the super protein injection, to enhance his strength. The price of a super protein injection was just within his purchasing range. If he could enhance his physical strength, speed up the practice of the Great Emperor's Seal, and speed up the brain's thinking and meditation, he might be able to improve his hypnosis technique. At that time, he would really make a lot of money. In the past, he would never dare to step into this sinful place. But now that he was skilled and daring, he could also train his ability. If a man did not experience wind and rain and darkness, he would not grow. He would always stay in school and be like a flower in a greenhouse. Kid, behave yourself. Otherwise, I will turn you into an electric roasted pig. In a corner of the train station, Jiang Li was searching for a map. Suddenly, a person bumped into him from behind. A murder weapon was pressed against his back. It was a high-voltage metal rod. The person pressed a button, and as long as it was pressed, an intense electric current would be enough to knock out an elephant. What do you want? He did not expect to meet a gangster as soon as he got off the train. This was indeed a sinful place. The crime rate was extremely high, and one could encounter robbery, fraud, and blackmail at any time. The gangster behind him was a bald man with tattoos on his arms. The bald tattooed man grinned. What do you want? Take out your card immediately and transfer the money. Transfer as much money as you have on your card. In modern society, very few people carried cash, which also made it difficult for many people to rob. It was necessary to control others to transfer money online. Therefore, the bald tattooed man did not kill him immediately. Instead, he forced the other party to transfer money. If it was in another city, even if the other party successfully transferred money, he could still call the police and recover the money. But in Suhua City, there was no police organization, so it was impossible to recover the money. There were no laws in this city, and there were unwritten rules set by big and small gangs. So it's a robbery. Although the Huasu city is chaotic, it's too chaotic. I was robbed the moment I got out of the car. Jiang Li tilted his body slightly. His speed was extremely fast. In fact, he had already sensed the bald-headed tattooed man. He just wanted to see what this bald, tattooed man was up to. Since the other party wanted to rob him, there was nothing more to say. Whoosh! He moved sideways and arrived behind the bald, tattooed man. His knife hand swept past and ruthlessly chopped the artery on the man's neck. The bald, tattooed man's body went limp, and he slid down. The metal electric rod in his hand fell to the ground with a clanging sound. How would he be a match for Jiang Li? Jiang Li's HP was close to 1, and he was already a military instructor. His martial arts were tyrannical, and the force of his punch could reach 0. 8 tons. His body was as light as a swallow, and he was as agile as a monkey. After a long period of meditation training, his sixth sense was much sharper than the average person, and he was able to detect danger. After defeating the bald tattooed man in one move, Jiang Li's expression changed. He touched the other party's head and felt the other party's breathing and rhythm of life. After massaging twice, the big man seemed to be about to wake up. He immediately said in a gentle voice, "Go to sleep, go to sleep. Are you feeling very tired?" "Yes." Hearing Jiang Li's voice, the big man answered numbly. He was hazy and confused, as if he was talking in his sleep. Sure enough, the hypnosis is a success. Jiang Li was overjoyed. He thought about the key points of the hypnosis and asked, "How much money do you have on your chip?" 8,000, the big man said again in a daze. "Then quickly transfer the money to me." Jiang Li's tone followed the rhythm of the big man's life. It was very light and soothing. He described, "In front of you, there is a beauty. As long as you give her 8,000 star dollars, she will accompany you." No. The big man shook his head violently, and his body trembled. "What slut? She wants 8,000 star dollars. F***CK. Whoever wants my money, I will take their life." Then, he was about to wake up. Hypnosis failed. Jiang Li looked at the big man coldly as he woke up. He knew that if he hypnotized someone to do something that went against his will, the other party would resist and even wake up. Of course, it was because his spiritual cultivation was not strong enough. If it was the illusion fox, he would have directly destroyed the other party's will and turned him into a walking corpse. It seemed that his hypnosis was not good enough. The big man opened his eyes. Jiang Li grabbed the big man's neck and tightened his grip. The big man's face immediately turned red, and he kicked with both legs. "Transfer all the money on your card to me, or you will die." Jiang Li did not use hypnosis and directly used violence to make the other party submit. He then loosened his grip, and the big man immediately gasped for breath. "I am from the third guild. You actually dare to rob me." Jiang Li tightened his grip on his neck again and tightened his grip. The big man's face was filled with fear. He nodded his head repeatedly and begged anxiously. Jiang Li loosened his grip. "Hurry up and transfer the money. I will only give you one chance. The last time. I'll transfer it. I'll transfer it." The big man immediately took out his chip and transferred the money according to Jiang Li's instructions. Ding dong. 8,000 star dollars was transferred to his account. "Can you let me go now?" The big man stood up. Bang! Jiang Li knocked him out again. This time, it was a little heavier. It was definitely a concussion. It would not be surprising if he became an idiot. Seeing the big man spit out white foam and tremble like he was having an epileptic seizure, Jiang Li turned and left. He did not care about such scum. He had robbed countless people. Since there was no law to punish them, Jiang Li did not mind enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. He quickly ran out of the train station. None of this attracted the attention of others. In this city, robbery and murder were not rare at all. Who would care about such trivial matters? Walking on the streets, he found it funny. His hypnosis was not as effective as violence. North Bridge Road, number 83? It's here. Walking out of the train station, Jiang Li did not even call for a taxi. He directly used the map to search. The taxis in Huasu City were controlled by underworld gangs. They might rob or take you to other places. There were many women who came to Huasu City to take a taxi, but they were kidnapped by the driver and died tragically. Constantly shuttling through the city, Jiang Li's stamina was strong and his speed was extremely fast. After more than an hour, he came in front of a building of about 50 floors. This building was very gorgeous, and the surroundings were very clean. There was even a fountain that was specially taken care of. In Huasu City, such a place must be owned by a huge force. The surrounding gangsters did not dare to come and harass it. This was one of the underground black markets, a place where banned drugs were bought and sold. There were 4 words written on it: security building. This was the evaluation on the internet. It was one of the few reputable underground black markets in the entire Huasu City. It was rumored that it was the property of a military boss. They smuggled banned drugs from the elite area and made money in Huasu City. It was one of the major forces in Huasu City. If the underworld gangs came to harass it, they would be courting death. "Hello, sir. What do you want to buy?" Jiang Li had just walked to the door when a beautiful waitress came forward and greeted him enthusiastically. It was a sharp contrast to the cold and dark style of the city, giving people a warm feeling. "I'm here to buy the super protein cell activation injection. I saw this thing on the internet." Jiang Li did not hide his purpose. "Oh, please come with me." The beautiful waitress quickly led the way. 100,000 star dollars was not a small amount, and it could be regarded as a medium business. Immediately, Jiang Li followed the female attendant up the stairs, floor by floor. When they reached the 20th floor, they saw a hall of about 4,000 to 5,000 square meters. The hall was filled with crystal glass cabinets, which were sealed with layers upon layers of medicine. Is this the blood-colored brain nucleus? Jiang Li browsed, and his whole body was excited. At a glance, he saw that in the most obvious place, there was a fist-sized fruit. It was blood-red in color, and this fruit was similar to a human brain. On the internet, he knew about this special fruit. It was the fruit of a holy tree on an alien planet. It was rumored that the holy tree had to be watered with pure human blood as a sacrifice. It was the totem of the ancient aboriginals. The fruit was in the shape of a blood-colored brain. If one consumed this fruit, their brain cells would jump rapidly, and their mental energy would soar. It was extremely beneficial for cultivation. Unfortunately, the price on it made Jiang Li flinch. It was 5 million star dollars. He couldn't afford it, even if he was beaten to death. In addition, there were bottles of potions inside, and the price was even more expensive. Jiang Li saw 3 bottles of potions, and they actually cost more than 10 million star dollars. Giant Elephant Gene Potion. That was a potion that could change one's genes. It was the essence of humanity's high-tech technology. It was a mixture of giant elephant genes and human genes. After injecting it, one's genes would be strengthened, and they would obtain a part of the giant elephant's genes. After 1 year after the injection, one's body would be incomparably tyrannical, and their strength would be close to that of a giant elephant. However, this kind of gene potion was risky, and there was only a 50% chance of success. If the injection failed, there would be no effect at all, and tens of millions of star dollars would be wasted. Moreover, it might even cause a genetic conflict within one's body. In a light case, one would be paralyzed, and in a serious case, one would die. But even so, there were still many wealthy people who bought it. Cultivating bitterly for tens of years couldn't even compare to a single injection. The temptation was too great. Moreover, they could use it to nurture their subordinates. Although Jiang Li's vitality had reached 0.9, and his strength was outstanding, if he encountered someone who had been injected with the giant elephant gene potion, he would be sent flying with a single punch. The super protein active cell injection you want is here. The attendant brought Jiang Li to a glass cabinet. There were many jade-colored potions on it. Sir, how much do you want to purchase? The attendant looked at Jiang Li. Actually, she was somewhat surprised in her heart. Super protein was a good thing, but it was a pity that the requirement for the injection was too high. This was because one had to be in the 3rd stage of deep sleep before they could absorb it. Those who could cultivate their spirit to this level were all experts. I'll buy one first. All right, please wait a moment. The attendant took out the potion, and Jiang Li began to transfer the money. The transfer process was very fast. With a ding-dong sound, 100,000 star dollars disappeared without a trace. This caused Jiang Li to feel pain in his heart. The huge sum of money that he had just obtained was now almost gone, and he was almost penniless. But thinking about the fact that he had already obtained the super protein active cell injection, and after the injection, it could completely make up for the loss of his embryonic breath and increase his vitality potential. Got it. That jade-color protein tube was in his hands. Jiang Li resisted the urge to immediately inject it and was about to leave. This brother, please wait a moment. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He had a very imposing manner, and it was obvious that he was one of the executives of this corporation. He walked over and looked at Jiang Li. Jiang Li turned his head and looked at the other party's eyes. Listening to the voice, his vision actually became a little blurry. He had encountered hypnosis. Chapter 26. It was Jiang Li's 2nd time encountering hypnosis. The first time was Phantom Fox, which almost took his life. If it wasn't for the milky white stone, he would have ended up in tragedy. Fortunately, it was a blessing in disguise. Instead, the Phantom Fox's spirit power unlocked the mystery within, and he learned Soul Emperor's Seal. This time, he encountered hypnosis again. He was no longer the hot-headed young man from that day. When he was hypnotized, his instinctive consciousness suddenly jolted, and his thoughts flashed. His brain cells expanded, and all the blood in his body exploded. His head buzzed, and his eyes shone brightly. Hypnotize me? Jiang Li suddenly woke up, and his eyes lit up. What a strong mind training. The middle-aged executive failed to hypnotize him, and his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It seems that brother has also practiced hypnosis? There are very few people who can resist my hypnosis. This person was definitely a beginner hypnotist, and his vitality was probably 0. 9. So you're testing me. Although Jiangli was not happy, this was the opponent's territory, and it would not do him any good to be angry. He knew that if he couldn't resist the hypnosis, all his secrets would be revealed. What is the purpose of this gentleman testing me? Jiang Li's tone was very cold. Don't misunderstand. The middle-aged executive quickly smiled. Brother, with such a strong mind training, do you have any interest in making money? Our security company is recruiting hypnotists. Recruiting hypnotists? Jiang Li came to this black market for 2 reasons. The first was to buy super protein to increase his strength, and the second was to see if there was a chance to make money. How much a month? How do I work? He first asked about the salary. The salary depends on your own strength. The middle-aged executive said, My surname is Gao, and my name is Run. How should I address you, sir? Jianghua. Jiang Li naturally didn't use his own name. However, the meaning of Li was Hua. He made up this name. If you don't mind, how about Mr. Jiang show your strength? Gao Run snapped his fingers, and Jiang Li's attention was attracted by the snap of his fingers. The other party was using hypnosis again. Every action, every word, and every voice was hypnotizing. If not for the fact that Jiang Li was proficient in hypnosis, he would have been bewitched again. I don't have much strength, so there's no need to show it. Jiang Li waved his hand, refusing. However, when he waved his hand gently swayed like a deluge of heavenly flowers, bringing out after images, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Dong! The beautiful waitress collapsed on the spot and fell asleep on the ground. Gowron also felt that his vision was blurred. His expression changed abruptly, and he suddenly shouted, Stop! This loud roar shook some of the crystal glass cabinets a little. Jiang Li stopped. He was also very cunning. When he said that he wouldn't show his hypnosis skills, he was actually lying. When he was talking, he concentrated all his energy. The combination of his brain's energy and his handprint created an extremely powerful influence. A hypnotist had to seize every opportunity to catch the hypnotized person off guard. Otherwise, if you told the other party that you want to hypnotize them now, the other party would have a psychological resistance, and it would be difficult to succeed. Jiang Li learned hypnosis online. He read 10 lines at a glance and watched countless video tutorials. One of the most classic videos was a hypnotist hypnotizing a person with psychological resistance. But he couldn't hypnotize the person no matter how hard he tried. Finally, the hypnotist said, I'm tired, drink a glass of water. The person believed it and watched the hypnotist pour the water. As a result, it was this action of pouring the water. The water was thin and long, and it pulled out a line and hit the glass. The person was stunned and then hypnotized. First, lie to catch the other party off guard, and then remove the psychological resistance. This was the most important method of a hypnotist. Amazing. Gowron looked at the waitress who was lying on the ground. She was still sleeping and didn't wake up from his roar. In fact, this roar of his used the sound of a lion's roar, which could awaken the consciousness of the person. You flatter me. Jiang Li showed a smile on his face. I wonder how my hypnosis skills are. Your realm is already at the level of a primary hypnotist. Gao Ren seemed to have discovered a new continent. Brother, I think you can sign a contract with our security group and become a contract hypnotist. I'll contact you if I'm interested. Jiang Li didn't want to be entangled with Gao Ren now. He wanted to go back and inject the super protein as soon as possible to enhance his strength. That's good, brother. This is my card. If you have anything in the future, contact me directly. Gao Ren handed over a card. Jiang Li took it, put it away, and turned to leave. After he left, Gao Ren took out a silver needle and deeply inserted it into the waitress's brain. After using acupuncture for a while, the waitress woke up. Manager Gao, this person's hypnosis is very powerful. After the waitress woke up, she still had a lingering fear. It's really powerful. I almost fell into his trap. Our group needs such talent. I hope this person can contact me in the future. Gao Rin said. Do you want to investigate this person? The waitress quickly said. That's not necessary. Our rule is that no matter who the customer is, we can't ask. Gao Rin shook his head. If we break this rule, we will lose a lot of big customers. When the higher-ups investigate, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Yes. The waitress was shocked. I think this person will come to me. Gao Rin said. He seems to be in need of money. Walking out of the security building, Zhongli felt that many eyes seemed to be staring at him, like a sheep surrounded by wolves. He knew that some gang members were specifically waiting in front of the security building to see who comes out and immediately plan to rob. There was already such a post on the internet. A company member went to the black market to purchase banned drugs, but after the purchase, he was robbed. However, Zhongli was already prepared. Suddenly his body flashed, and he rushed into a small alley. He saw that there were big men surrounding him. He punched and kicked these gangsters. He ran a few times and got rid of the people chasing him. He quickly shuttled back and forth until he reached an abandoned building. On the internet, he studied the escape route. There were many abandoned buildings in Suhua City. There were no signs of human habitation, and they were left over from hundreds of years ago. It was suitable for hiding. He wanted to inject it here. Because the super protein is a banned drug, it is illegal to bring it back. Once found, he will be imprisoned. Of course, some people who sell banned drugs have channels to bring it to other cities, but Zhongli didn't have such channels. He couldn't even board the train. The inspection on the train from Suhua City to Xinghua City was very strict. Once he got off the train, he would be in another world. Therefore, his only way was to inject it in Suhua City. Check if this drug is real. Don't buy fake drugs, or it will be a loss. I saw on the internet that the security group is very big, and they won't use fake drugs to deceive others. The reputation of the black market is good. Zhongli was still not at ease. He took out the green drug and carefully observed it. He carefully squeezed out a little bit, and then used the computer to take a picture and use the internet microscope to give a preliminary investigation. With the development of science and technology, as long as you have an optical computer chip, you can replace many things. The photos taken by the optical computer can even be uploaded to the internet for scientific analysis. There's a special website that only charges a small fee. Of course, it can't be used for scientific research, but it can still be used to distinguish the authenticity. After a while, the molecular structure appeared on the internet. The superprotein is real. I hope I can absorb it perfectly this time. After thinking for a while, he thoroughly understood the function of the superprotein drug. When his heart calmed down, he began to inject it. Chila, the needle went in. Looking at the tube of liquid slowly pushed into the vein, Zhongli almost immediately felt as if he had jumped into the mouth of a volcano. His heart beat 10 times faster. Thump, 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 thump. His blood vessels surged, and his body almost became thicker. His vision became blurred, and it seemed that there was a heat in his body that was about to burst out. He wanted to tear everything in front of him to pieces. Calm down, calm down. Immediately, he knew how strong the drug was. No wonder ordinary people can't use it. He tried to calm himself down, keep his heart calm, and relax his blood, but it was useless. His body moved uncontrollably. The power of the superprotein drug was too strong. He couldn't calm down, and it was dozens of times stronger than any stimulant. After the injection, the blood vessels surged, and Zhongli felt that his heart was about to explode. His blood vessels were also about to burst, and there seemed to be something inside his head exploding, making a buzzing sound. He immediately fell into a deep sleep. Sure enough, every cell in his body was cheering as if they were alive. He finally had a full meal. The injection of a tube of superprotein caused Zhongli to undergo a complete transformation. First, his body gradually began to be shaped perfectly. His whole body was like a bag of skin, breathing in and out. Every time he breathed, a large amount of air would be ejected. He felt like a super jet-powered sports car. No matter who it was, they would feel that he was like a Superman. Rumor had it that in the era of the country 200 years ago, There was a super martial arts master who practiced and breathed at the seaside. He could even blow the waves back. Jiangli had always thought that it was just a rumor, but looking at his current body condition, he felt that it was really possible. Just like that, the powerful power of the super protein drug was completely dissolved in his cells, and at the same time, his life potential was optimized and transformed. The squirming of his cells began to change the functions of Jiangli's body. All the cells in his body were like gluttons, eating the super protein. Every cell was cheering and jumping in joy, becoming stronger. Especially the cells in his brain, they were operating crazily, causing something like a diamond bead to condense between his eyebrows. After a few hours, he woke up and exhaled slightly, feeling full of energy. The damage caused by the embryonic breathing system in the past had all been made up. This was a kind of intuition, because when Jiangli checked his whole body, he found that all the organs were not strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. In the past, although he knew that he was strong, he couldn't get rid of the feeling that he was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. This was obviously the damage to his life potential, and he couldn't live for long. Now, he was finally starting to recover. However, Jiangli didn't dare to try the embryonic breathing system now. The realm of this thing was definitely not something he could withstand at the moment. Chapter 27. Let's see what level my physical fitness has reached. Jiangli clenched his fists. Crackle. The slight vibration of his muscles and bones produced a stream of air, similar to Gang Chi. With a light punch, a series of explosions spread from his fist to his arm and then to his whole body. The strength was a combination of hardness and softness. It seemed to be an understatement, but it was as powerful as a thunderbolt. God, my physical fitness. Jiangli looked at his hands in a daze. He felt that he could produce a strong airflow in his internal organs when he breathed. His arms were smooth and white without any flaws, but with a little effort, his whole arm immediately became thick and blue, and his fascia was densely covered with iron nets, like a steel giant. He had a feeling that the reinforced concrete wall was like tofu in his hands, and he could pierce through it with one poke. He meditated a little, and immediately, in the depths of his mind, a clear image of the brain of the universe of stars appeared. Now he seemed to be able to see many strange and dazzling worlds in between the flickering of each star. The entire pattern of meditation began to move from macroscopic to microscopic. Back in his dream, the pattern of the brain of the universe appeared in the milky white stone. It was very profound. There were trillions of stars, and there were actually many different changes between each flickering. The entire brain of stars was constantly flickering. If the speed was too fast, Jiangli would feel dizzy, have a nosebleed, and his brain cells would be damaged. But now, when he meditated on the trajectory of the brain of stars, it was getting faster and faster. Other than some dizziness, he would not have a nosebleed. This was the result of the enhancement of his brain cells. Even when he meditated on the twinkling stars, he had a feeling of a spark of thought blooming. Whoosh! With a slight thought, his whole body rushed out and landed lightly on the balcony. Below him was an abandoned construction site dozens of meters away, making people tremble. But he didn't care at all. He had no fear of heights at all. His body seemed to be controlled by his mind, and he could do whatever he wanted. Bang, 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 bang. He practiced the military piercing explosive fist in this abandoned building. This was the simplest, most lethal fist technique that tested physical fitness. Now he moved his feet, and every punch made an explosive sound. The sound of the explosion could be heard as he wished. It could be as small as he wanted it to be, and as loud as he wanted it to be. This was the result of having easy control over his strength, and lifting something heavy as though it were light. In the past, he had to attack with all his strength to create a violent explosion. But now, with a light punch and a jolt of his arm, he could create a series of explosions. 1 explosion, 17 explosions, 25 explosions, 36 explosions. He attacked continuously, and when he hit the 36th violent strike, he felt a little out of breath, so he stopped. Before he was injected with the super protein serum, he could at most achieve 18 bursts. But now, he was able to achieve 36 bursts. It was simply a miracle. It seemed that the tube of super protein serum was truly extraordinary. The huge sum of 100,000 star dollars was not wasted. Amazing. I wonder how much is my fist strength now? 1 ton? Zhongli had to find an opportunity to test it out. Now that his confidence was greatly boosted, he could compete with anyone. He knew that his vitality had definitely reached one. Crack. Casually picking up a hard cobblestone, Zhongli used his dragon claw great capturing technique to grab it. The cobblestone cracked and crumbled. Seal. He began to form the great emperor seal. With this movement, his hand speed almost doubled. With a slight flash, his fingers moved 20 to 30 times. At the same time, it was a dazzling sight. At the same time, it brought along a whistling air current that rolled over. My brain cells have been strengthened, and I can meditate on the universe's brain. My hypnosis technique should be further improved. Should I try it? Can I hypnotize those scoundrels in Suhua City? Zhongli quietly went downstairs. In an alley, Zhongli was surrounded by 3 tattooed burly men. Kid, obediently transfer the money to us. Otherwise, we can only cut off your organs and sell them for money. A bald, burly man patted the sharp knife in his hand. You guys cut off human organs and sell them to others. Zhang Li's complexion changed. He had been running around in the streets and alleys just now and had indeed attracted the attention of some scoundrels. He was immediately blocked by the scoundrels in the alley. Yes, a few days ago, we cut off a few foreigners. We sold them for a lot of money. A burly man grinned. Lie down. Zhang Li's hand suddenly shook. Do you feel very dizzy? All of you are drunk and need a good sleep. His hand was like snowflakes falling down. Suddenly, the 3 tattooed, burly men staggered as if they were drunk. Zhang Li looked at the scoundrel who was obviously the boss and focused his mind. Get up. The scoundrel struggled for a while and stood up like a zombie. His eyes were blank. Zhang Li's voice was full of temptation. From time to time, he would shake his hand to increase the appeal. You have harmed so many people. Do you feel that you are guilty? As long as you donate the money that you use to murder people, you can make up for your sins. Donate my money, the tattooed, burly man said in a daze. His body was struggling. No. What sin is there for me to rob people? I only want money. Whoever wants my money, I want them dead. His subconscious was strongly resisting. Zhongli felt that the other party was able to resist. His desire for money exceeded everything. He was willing to commit crimes, murder, and arson. It was very difficult to hypnotize such a person. If the hypnotist wanted to do something that the other party was strongly against, the subconscious would strongly resist, causing the hypnosis to fail. I'm your boss. Hand over the money, or else you will all suffer. Zhang Li's tone changed. It was very fierce. This was also a hypnotist technique. He could change at any time to break the defense of the other party's subconscious. No, boss, you can't do this. It took me a lot of effort to save up this little money. The tattooed, burly man begged in a daze. He seemed to be very afraid of his boss. Stop talking nonsense. Cut off his organs. Zhang Li said fiercely again. No, boss. I will give you money. I will give you money. The tattooed, burly man trembled and took out a chip. Hurry up and transfer the money. The account number is this. Zhang Li read out a nameless account card to prevent others from finding out. With a nameless account card, one could withdraw money as long as one had the password. Under the influence of hypnosis, the tattooed man transferred all of his money out with a ding-dong. 10,000 star dollars transferred. Seeing that there was actually 10,000 star dollars on the tattooed, burly man's card, Zhang Li was shocked. However, he soon realized that this was a small ringleader and could be the entire gang's funds. After the money was transferred, his eyes lit up. Forget about this matter. You have to remember that when you came to this alley, you suddenly fell asleep. After that, all your money disappeared. It was stolen by hackers. Yes, I fell asleep, and all my money mysteriously disappeared. It was stolen by hackers. The burly man repeated Zhang Li's words. Sleep, sleep. Zhang Li's voice became gentle again. The burly man collapsed. He quickly left this place. According to the hypnosis process, after the burly man woke up, he could no longer remember himself. Huff, huff. In another deserted alleyway, Zhongli was gasping for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. It was as if he had just fought a life or death battle. After confirming that it was safe, he entered a deep sleep. 30 minutes later, he regained his energy. Hypnosis really consumes a lot of mental energy. This is a naked mental game. Zhongli recalled the scene when he hypnotized the tattooed burly man and asked him a hand over the card. He knew that this kind of hypnosis would cause mental damage to others, and it would be a huge burden on himself. Fortunately, his physical strength and brain cells had increased. Not only did this kind of hypnosis not harm his nerves, but it was also a kind of training. Forget it, I'll go back. Although hypnosis can make money, it's too dangerous. If I run into gunmen, I'll end up like the Phantom Fox. He decided to leave. 3 hours later, Zhongli came out of the hover car and looked at the city in front of him. It was clean and tidy, and people walked to and fro in an orderly manner. There were policemen patrolling the station, eyeing every suspicious person. When leaving the station, they even had to swipe a card to verify their identity. He felt a sense of security. At the same time, he was glad that he did not bring the banned drugs to Starflower City. Otherwise, he would have been caught and imprisoned. When my cultivation is more profound, I'll come here to train again. Zhongli looked at the 20,000 star yuan on his card and felt satisfied. Just now, he hypnotized some gangsters and made them take out money for the automatic transfer, and the harvest was quite good. 18,000 star yuan was in his hands. He actually wanted to make a big deal. In the Hua Ruin City, there were many rich and powerful gangsters with millions of assets. However, those who could survive here were all extremely strong and could not be hypnotized. Moreover, each of Zhongli's men had a large number of bodyguards around them. The security was tight, and it was impossible to get close to them. These people's hands were stained with blood, and there was no moral burden to take their money. When he returned home, it was already evening. His younger sister had already returned home from school. His younger brother, Jiang Tao, had to train very late every night, and some did not even go home. So now, Zhongli and his sister were waiting at home for their parents to come home and cook. "Sister, I recently earned some money. I'll give you some pocket money." Zhongli transferred another 3,000 star yuan to Jiangxian. "Brother, where did you get so much money?" Jiangxian almost jumped up. "Did you get rich recently?" "I recently hypnotized people to treat illnesses and earn some money." "Zhongli, how is your strength improving recently?" "I bought more supplements and trained my body. The final exam is coming soon. My vitality must reach 0.8 to be at the top of the class." Jiangxian said confidently. "By the way, brother, this final exam should be the most important one for your school. I heard that the school will focus on training students based on the results of the final exam. If brother can get a place in the top class this time, it will be really amazing. Rest assured, I will definitely get it." Zhongli smiled. He was now confident that he could compete with any expert in the school. "Come, what fist technique did you learn? Brother will give you some pointers." Zhongli clapped his hands. "If you can get a good result in this final exam, brother will reward you with another 5,000 star yuan." Okay. Jiangxian clapped her hands. Chapter 28. Jiangxian clapped her hands. She got into a stance and practiced the fist technique. It was a set of D-level physical skill, capturing enemy killing fist. This set of capturing enemy killing fist focuses on capturing. The movements must be steady, accurate, and ruthless, but it's better to have an arc and charm. Look at this move. When the arm is bent, the shoulder must sink, drawing an arc and an oval impact. This way, it can drive the rotational force and seal the throat with one claw. Zhongli immediately pointed out his sister's shortcomings. He demonstrated this martial art and used some of the techniques of twisting bone spinning kill. Sure enough, under his guidance, Jiangxian's cultivation was much more powerful. Every single move she executed was more fluid, and it wasn't as straightforward as before. This way, there was more room for maneuver between moves, and it made the body more flexible. At the same time, in a big villa in the suburbs. "Hey, Zheng Wenbing was practicing the fist technique. The person he was practicing with was a middle-aged man wearing ancient Chinese clothes. Obviously, he was a martial arts teacher. The two fought with each other. Zheng Wenbing's attacks were unusually fierce, and each move was sharp. He was using a D-level physical skill, rolling stone fist. However, the middle-aged man was casual. No matter how fierce Zheng Wenbing's fist technique was, as long as it touched his fist, it would spin away and not touch his body at all. Finally, Zheng Wenbing was exhausted. He stopped, sweating profusely. "Master Wang, I can't do it anymore." He panted heavily. "Your physique is too weak. If you want to raise your vitality to 1 in a short time, unless there's a miracle," Master Wang said, "I, Wang Daorong, can't help you reach the sky in 1 step. Master Wang, you're the martial arts teacher my father hired with a high salary. Please teach me the best cultivation method. I must raise my vitality to 1 in this final exam at all costs." Zheng Wenbing gritted his teeth. "It's impossible. There's too little time." Wang Daorong shook his head. "My Wang family is an ancient martial arts family. From the beginning of China to the current era of stars, we have a very thorough understanding of martial arts. No matter what martial arts it is, you must understand it yourself. Unless you enter the 2nd stage of deep sleep from now on. Otherwise, even if you eat super supplements, your body won't be able to absorb it. Instead, it will be overnourished. Is there no other way? You can only rely on yourself to subdue the heart monkey. However, I have an ancient soul cultivation technique of the Wang clan here that I can teach you." Wang Daorong clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an imposing aura. He was definitely not an ordinary character. "All right." Zheng Wenbing was overjoyed. At this moment, his phone rang. He pressed the button, and a person appeared. "Brother Bing, I've investigated the matter that you asked me to. The matter has been settled. However, that Jiang Li is actually a 1-star citizen." "What? 1-star citizen? What was going on? How did he suddenly become so important?" Zheng Wenbing's face immediately twisted. "It seems like that kid participated in a mission for the police department. He actually participated in the arrest of a member of the resistance, Phantom Fox. The police department gave him a huge reward. How are we supposed to deal with a 1-star citizen? What about his parents?" Zheng Wenbing fiercely swung his arm, making an explosive sound. "What I need now is to deal with his parents to threaten him. His parents are easy to deal with. I'm currently making fake accounts. Today, I can directly frame his parents for financial crimes and arrest them. Now, go to the police department and report the case. They have already started their investigation. At that time, it will be easy to threaten the 2 brothers. At the same time, I will contact the Huashi Black Market and see if the boss of the Black Market Boxing Club wants to send the 2 brothers over to work for us." "Not bad, not bad." Zheng Wenbing laughed. "Brother, you really brought me good news. Naturally, you can call Jiang Tao and Jiang Li now. I think the police department has already started to summon their parents. These 2 brothers have extremely strong vitality. The boss of the Black Market Boxing Club likes them very much." The voice on the phone was also very sinister. "Ha ha ha." Zheng Wenbing hung up the phone. "Jiang Li, Jiang Tao, you 2 brothers are dead for sure. Of course, I won't let you die. Since you 2 are so good at fighting, you can still be my money-making tools." Phantom Fox? Wang Daorong didn't care about these small matters. However, when he heard the 2 words, Phantom Fox, his eyes flashed. The other members of the restoration organization. At home, after finishing a set of boxing techniques, Jiang Xian stopped and looked at the completely dark sky outside. She couldn't help but be stunned. Why aren't Mom and Dad back yet? Yeah, according to this time, Mom and Dad should have been back long ago. Jiang Li also frowned. Jiang Li had a bad feeling. His mind had always been very accurate. Not only could a long period of embryonic rest develop one's body cells, but it could also develop the brain and sixth sense. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Mom and Dad are back. Jiang Xian went to open the door excitedly. However, when the door opened, several civil servants in police uniforms appeared. They were expressionless. Is this Jiang Zhendong's home? Yes. Jiang Li walked out, and saw that his sister's face was already pale. "You are Jiang Zhendong's child?" A civil servant took out a piece of paper. "Yes." Jiang Li was still able to maintain his calm. "Your parents are suspected of embezzling the company's assets and have been reported to the police. According to the rules, they will be detained for 15 days. During this period, they will be investigated for violations." A civil servant handed the paper to Jiang Li. It was an investigation order. "No!" Jiang Xian screamed. "All right, sister, don't be agitated." Jiang Li pulled his sister in. "I'm sorry, my sister is still underage. According to the rules, it's not considered interfering with justice." "It doesn't count." Seeing that he was so calm, the civil servants nodded. One of them said, "It's not interfering with justice. We've already sent the investigation order. You can hire a lawyer and request to see the suspect. Don't do anything personal to interfere with justice. You should have learned this before. Also, it's just a small investigation. Whether they are guilty or not depends on the results of the investigation." "Okay, I understand." Jiang Li watched them leave. He had already calmed down. "Brother, what should we do? Our parents wouldn't do such a thing. They must have been framed. What should we do?" Jiang Xian cried. "Call second brother. He must have a way." "No." Jiang Li's eyes flashed. "We can't call our brother. He's impulsive. If he does something, it won't be good. I feel like we're involved in a conspiracy. What if this affects his studies? Our parents definitely don't want us to tell our brother. Moreover, his parents would also call him about this matter. They didn't call us. They're afraid that we'll be distracted. Then what should we do?" Jiang Xian didn't know what to do. After all, she was just a teenager. "Someone framed our parents. There's no doubt." Jiang Li thought about it and appeared very calm. "We've been on guard day and night. Finally, it's here. Looks like it's Zheng Wenbing's doing. Last time, he used our parents to threaten me, saying that they would lose their jobs. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. However, I have a way. Don't worry. I'll make a call." He had been prepared for it. It was finally here. His sister was so anxious that she almost cried. However, seeing that Jiang Li was making the call calmly, she gradually calmed down. Beep, 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 the call went through. It was Manager Lei. "Hi, Brother Jiang Li. Why are you looking for me?" Manager Lei's virtual head appeared. "This time, I really have to thank you. Miss Shui is about to recover. I've already reported it to the chairman. When Miss Shui fully recovers, I'll reward you handsomely." He was very warm to Jiang Li now. His attitude was starting to become like a brother. "There's no need to thank me handsomely. I do need your help." The company that Jiang Li's parents worked at was a subsidiary of the Shui Group. Manager Lei was a big manager of the Shui Group. Previously, when Zheng Wenbing said that his parents would lose their jobs, Jiang Li was already on guard. Now that something happened, he called immediately. "What is it? I'll definitely help." Manager Lei wanted to pull some strings. "It's like this." Jiang Li explained the situation. "I'll leave this matter to you. In the future, if Manager Lei needs anything, I won't hesitate to go through fire and water." "What? There's actually such a thing? How audacious!" Manager Lei said fiercely. "Wait for me. I'll investigate immediately and bail your parents out." "Brother, don't worry. Nothing will happen to them. If something like this happened to other companies, I might not be able to handle it, but if it's my own subsidiary, I can settle it with just a word. Half an hour. Wait for me for half an hour." "All right, Manager Lei. I'll wait for your good news." Jiang Li knew that this Manager Lei was very powerful. Moreover, he was in charge of the internal affairs of his own company. Ordering a mere subsidiary was a piece of cake. "Sister, let's go. Let's go to the police station to see Mom and Dad." According to the normal procedure, Mom and Dad will only be assisted in the investigation and questioned first. Nothing will happen to them. The law is very perfect now. Any police officer will follow the rules. Jiang Li waved his hand. "Don't let my brother know about this. I'm afraid he'll go berserk. I know who framed Mom and Dad. If nothing goes wrong, the person who framed them will probably call later." Half an hour later. Beep, beep, beep. Manager Lei called again. "Brother Jiang, it's settled. Your parents have been bailed out. I've already used the company's power to start the investigation. Preliminary findings show that it was the company's superior who framed them. We've already called the police to summon them. In addition, I'll send someone to send your parents home. At the same time, I'll arrange for them to enter the parent company of the Shui Group and increase their value as compensation. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Li quickly expressed his gratitude. It's our company's negligence. Fortunately, you reminded us. Otherwise, there would be a scandal. Lei Dong quickly said, as compensation for your parents, it's what we should do. You can give them a call now. Okay, I'll call them now. Jiang Li dialed his father's number. As expected, the call went through. His father's voice came through. Jiang Li, right? Are you asking why we're not back so late? Your mother and I have some small matters to deal with. There's a small problem with the company's finances. We cooperated with the police for the investigation. Now that the matter is clear, we've already discussed the compensation with the company. The company's car will send us home later. We'll be back in about an hour. If you're hungry, go out and eat first. Don't wait for us. His father's words were very relaxed. Jiang Li heaved a sigh of relief. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he hung up, an unknown number rang. Jiang Li pressed the button. Instantly, a virtual figure appeared in front of him. It was Zheng Wenbing. Zheng Wenbing, it's really you. Jiang Li's guess was confirmed. He was very calm because his father was fine. Jiang Li, don't be angry. Zheng Wenbing laughed sinisterly. He was very proud. I guess you've already been informed by the police? Your parents are being investigated? They're really bold. How dare they misappropriate the company's funds? Zheng Wenbing, you've crossed my bottom line. Jiang Li squeezed out the words from between his teeth. You're the one who crossed my bottom line? Zheng Wenbing's tone was very gloomy. Jiang Li, how dare you slap me? I've said it before. I won't fight with you. Only boorish people like to fight in this society. You're the one who framed my parents? Jiang Li had long calmed down and started recording. Your parents' matter has nothing to do with me. They misappropriated the company's funds. That company isn't mine. What does it have to do with me? We're just classmates, so I can help you. Zheng Wenbing seemed to know that Jiang Li was recording. His answer was watertight. Stop talking nonsense. Come out immediately and meet me at East Gate Street, Room 9. I'll give you half an hour. Also, you have to persuade your brother to work hard and apologize to me. If he doesn't listen, then you should know the consequences. I'm coming. Wait for me. Jiang Li pressed the phone. Chapter 29. Brother, are you really going to see Zheng Wenbing? Of course. Jiang Li comforted her. Sister, stay at home and wait for Mom and Dad to come back. He flashed out of the door. In a luxurious room, Zheng Wenbing, Zhang Yu, and Yang Wu were drinking with a few beauties beside them. They laughed heartily and were beside themselves with joy. Everything was under their control. Bingji, you really have a way. You managed to make that Jiang Li obedient in an instant. When he comes over obediently, how are we going to humiliate him? Zhang Yu's tone was very cold. He was originally the class monitor and was high and mighty. He didn't expect that Jiang Li would appear out of nowhere and knock him out in front of Luo Han. He had lost all his face. This time, he could finally use Zheng Wenbing's conspiracy to humiliate him. He was planning to wait for Jiang Li to come. Then he would properly humiliate him. There was a knock on the door. The three of them were shocked. It wasn't Jiang Li who came in, but a big man. He had a cold expression and wore black clothes that were well-tailored. His body was full of explosive power, and he had a strong battle aura. His eyes could pierce through people's souls at any time. Behind the big man were two followers in vests. They were also full of killing intent, but they didn't say a word and were very calm. Boss Shah is here. Zheng Wenbing quickly stood up and shook hands with him. Then he introduced, these are my two brothers, Zhang Yu and Yang Wu. This is Boss Shah from the underground black market boxing arena in Suhua City. He's here to cooperate with us. Boss Shah waved his hand. Zheng Wenbing, where are the two black market boxers you introduced to me? I want to inspect the goods. If they can really fight, I can pay a higher price and we can talk about a share of the profits. However, the death rate of black market boxing is very high. The boxers you find must be willing to fight. Otherwise, I won't bother to deal with them if they cause trouble. No problem, they can definitely fight. Their vitality is 0. 9, how about it? Zheng Wenbing laughed. They are brothers. They are obedient and don't dare to fight back. That's good. Boss Shah cracked his knuckles and moved slightly. His bones were like steel bars. Where are they? I want to inspect the goods. There's no hurry. They'll be here soon. Zheng Wenbing looked like a cat toying with a mouse. 30 minutes later, Jiangli arrived at the door. He pushed it open with a bang and saw Zheng Wenbing, Zhang Yu, Yang Wu, Boss Xia, and 2 attendants in the room. He didn't know Boss Xia, but judging from his burly figure, strong body, and baleful aura, he was definitely not a kind person. Zheng Wenbing, how despicable of you to use such a scheme. Jiangli stared at the crowd and said word by word. Despicable? Zheng Wenbing laughed. I told you, you can't beat me. How about it? Are you admitting defeat now? Jiang Li, you've humiliated me. I'll pay you back 100-fold. Zhang Yu stood up abruptly. He wanted to vent his anger. Wait. Zheng Wenbing waved his hand. Brother, don't worry. You won't get anything out of him even if you injure him. Let him become a black market fighter and earn money for us. He's no longer a person, but a commodity. Basha, please inspect the goods. Okay, I'll let you go for now. Do your best to fight in the black market, or else your parents will suffer in prison. Right now, your parents are only under investigation, but they'll be arrested soon. Zhang Yu sat down again, his face full of pride. This is the product you recommended to me? Boss Xia looked at Jiang Li and waved his hand. Hong, go and inspect the goods. Let's see how experienced he is in actual combat. Yes, boss. The man called Hong walked up and said in a muffled voice. He suddenly leaped like a leopard and a tiger, arriving in front of Jiang Li and throwing a fierce punch. D-grade martial art, heart-stealing fist. Jiang Li didn't even look at it. He threw a punch at Hong. It was also a D-grade martial art, military body, explosive fist. He stretched his arms. It looked soft and slow, but it carried the power of earth energy. Their fists collided in the air like lightning. Crack, crack. One of Hong's arms was completely shattered. He flew backward and fell on the table, spilling wine all over the floor. What? Boss Xia stood up abruptly. What do you want? What do I want? I'm just defending myself. Jiangli crossed his arms, looking relaxed. Good move. Boss Xia's eyes were sharp as if he had seen a treasure. You can make a lot of money for me. Zheng Wenbing, this is a good material. We can sign a contract. Good. Zheng Wenbing said to Jiang Li, from now on, your life doesn't belong to you. You belong to Boss Xia. Go to school and apply to quit, then follow Boss Xia to fight in the black market every day to earn money for me. Do you understand? That way, your parents will be safe for the time being. What are you talking about? I don't understand. A smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Li's face. Jiang Li, Zheng Wenbing slammed the table. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. I'll have to call my brother to treat your parents in the police station. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, his phone rang. Zheng Wenbing took out the card with a sinister smile and pressed the button. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was a professional manager with a pale face. Brother Bing, things are messed up. I don't know why manager Lei Dong of the Shui Group suddenly investigated this matter. He used all the legal department of the company and found out that I falsified the accounts. Now I've been summoned. Hurry up and use your connections to bail me out. Otherwise, if I'm arrested, the consequences will be serious. Then the picture disappeared. Hearing this voice, everyone felt a sense of urgency and urgency. Something big had happened. Zheng Wenbing, my parents are resting at home, Jiangli said slowly. So you framed my parents. How are you going to settle this? I've recorded everything. Plus, Brother Lei Dong's investigation has conclusive evidence. I'm afraid you'll have to go to jail this time. Zheng Wenbing's face changed when he heard this phone call. Manager Lei Dong of the Shui Group. He knew Lei Dong. He was a big shot in the parent company of the Shui Group, and his brother was just the boss of a subsidiary company. He was a few levels below Lei Dong. Brother Bing, what should we do? Zhang Yu and Yang Wu seemed a little dumbfounded. I'm sorry, Jiangli said again. Zheng Wenbing, I happen to have some connections with the people of the Shui Group. You heard the phone call. It's a pity that you have such a bright future, but you have to go to jail. Jiang Liu. Zheng Wenbing suddenly gave Boss Xia a look. Boss Xia, catch him. Zheng Wenbing, you seem to have fooled me in this matter. You said that a black market fighter was at your mercy, but things turn out like this. I'm here to talk about a deal, not a kidnapping. In Xinghua City, I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could Basha not see all of this? He stood up and said to Jiang Li, "Brother, I'm just an outsider. This has nothing to do with me. This is my business card. Maybe we have a business cooperation. Let's be friends, and I'll let you go for hurting my people." "Okay, you're an outsider. I won't make things difficult for you." Jiang Li took the business card and waved his hand. Boss Sha gave a look, and the follower carried the other one on his back and walked out of the room. This Boss Sha was too lazy to get involved. Xinghua City was not like the black market in Suhua City. Everything had the law. You girls get out too. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. Jiang Li waved his hand. The girls were already scared out of their wits, and they scrambled out. "Jiang Li, I didn't know that you're more resourceful than your brother." Zheng Wenbing also calmed down at this time. "But don't think that you've won. You'll regret it later. Brother Bing, don't talk too much. Let's catch him first. Recording as evidence? Won't we get nothing if we destroy the evidence?" Yang Wu suddenly stepped forward. "You just need to bail him out, and everything will be settled." He had always wanted to spar with Jiang Li and was eager to try. Pung! Just as he stepped forward and struck a pose, he suddenly took a step forward. His palm brought with it a crushing aura, and it landed on Jiang Li's head. C-grade martial arts. Great river palm. River of sunset. Jiang Li didn't even look at it. He raised his hand and blocked Yang Wu's arm, and his other palm slammed out. Pa! Another slap. This time, it was even more vicious than the one on Zheng Wenbing. Yang Wu spun in circles, and he was dizzy. He sat on the ground, unable to find his bearings. Before injecting the super protein, he wasn't Jiang Li's match, let alone now. "You're not my match at all." Jiang Li slapped Yang Wu unconscious, and he crossed his arms. "Zheng Wenbing, Zhang Yu, Yang Wu, the three of you will be in trouble this time." "Jiang Li, what do you dare to do to us? This is a legal society." Zheng Wenbing's eyes turned white, showing the fear in the depths of his heart. Ever since Manager Lei appeared and Jiang Li called him brother, he knew that something bad had happened. Although his family was rich, it wasn't much compared to the Shui Corporation. Manager Lei had a lot of power. After all, he was an executive of a large company, and his connections were much wider than his. He settled the matter swiftly and decisively, completely crushing his confidence. If it was Jiang Li's family situation, he could have suppressed them. But if Lei Dong was involved, it wouldn't be easy. But now, with this layer of relationship, he could save his parents with just a few words. What did he do now? He felt like he was out of his wits. This is a legal society. When Jiang Li received news that his parents were fine, he seemed very relaxed. "I won't do anything to you. You framed my parents, so naturally, I'll settle it through the law." Although he really wanted to kill Zheng Wenbing, in this society, intentional murder and intentional injury would ruin his future. His parents definitely didn't want him to do that. Even just now, he only slapped Yang Wu. He didn't break his tendons or break his bones, so that the other party wouldn't have any evidence against him. Since young, his parents liked to keep the peace. They would rather take a step back when faced with trouble. If Jiang Li hit them, it would definitely give the other party something to use against him. At the same time, it would cause trouble for his parents and make them worry. But he definitely wouldn't let the three of them go. He was thinking about how to use proper methods to completely bury them. Of course, this time, he would make them bleed and pay sufficient compensation. Chapter 30. Jiang Li didn't act rashly. He knew that Zheng Wenbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu's families had considerable influence. If he crippled them here, it would be troublesome to pursue the matter. After all, although Manager Lei had a favor, it wasn't as solid as metal. They had already helped you enough. Zheng Wenbing, just you wait to go to jail. After saying that, Jiang Li turned around to leave. Wait, Zheng Wenbing calmed down. What? Are you going to make me stay? Jiang Li turned around. His calm expression sent a chill down the trio's spine. Jiang Li, there isn't any deep hatred between us. Why must we fight to the death? Zheng Wenbing's tone softened. It's impossible for you to use any means to capture me. My family has some influence. However, there's no need to fight to the death. We are all third-year high school students with bright futures. It wouldn't be good for both sides to get into trouble. How about this? I apologize for this matter and compensate you with a sum of money. Let's forget about this matter. How about it? Forget about this matter. Of course, Jiangli wouldn't forget about this matter. However, after listening to what the other party had to say, his original intention was to ask for a huge sum of money. How about this? I'll give you 10,000 star dollars as compensation, and we'll call it even. Zheng Wenbing directly offered the money. He believed that this amount of money was enough to tempt Jiangli. 10,000 star dollars. Jiangli looked at him with disdain. Zheng Wenbing, do you really think I've never seen money before? Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Then how much do you want? Zhang Yu shouted. I wonder if your family has 10,000 in total. How can you be so greedy? Is that so? Jiangli pressed on his chip, and a voice came from it. Your account balance is 19,000 star dollars. This month's expenditure is 114,000 star dollars. What? Zhang Yu, Zheng Wenbing, and Yang Wu nearly jumped when they heard this electronic bill. This month's expenditure was 120,000. They couldn't imagine spending so much money in a month. Do you think I care about your 10,000 star dollars? Jiangli waved his hand. Zheng Wenbing, you're underestimating me. You think you can get rid of me with just a little bit of money? It doesn't matter. It's a life-and-death struggle. Even if the three young masters can't go to jail because of their connections, but there's a stain in their files. I think you can apply to Starry Sky University. I'll just destroy your future. This was what Zheng Wenbing was afraid of. It was not worth it to fight to the death with Jiangli. He was afraid of trouble. It was the last year of Starry Sky University's exams. Even if there were no problems, it was not worth getting into trouble. Then how much do you want? Give me a number. Zhang Yu took a step forward. I know you want money. Humph. Just you wait. I'll call my brother, Manager Lei Dong, to see if they'll let you go. Jiangli walked out of the room, leaving Zhang Yu, Zheng Wenbing, and the rest to stare at each other with gloomy expressions. It was better to seek Lei Dong's opinion on this matter. After all, the other party was very experienced. What? Brother Jiangli? Lei Dong asked when he heard the phone call. Brother Lei, it's like this. Jiangli explained everything in detail. I want to send them to jail, but they've asked for a private settlement. Brother Lei, please give me an idea. Is that so? Lei Dong thought for a moment. Brother Jiang, I know you want to send them to jail, right? Yes. Jiangli nodded. I even want to kill them. They've crossed my bottom line. Don't be impulsive. Lei Dong hurriedly said. Actually, you can sue them according to the standard procedure, but I don't support you doing so. Firstly, the procedure is very complicated and will cause you a lot of trouble. You're at the stage where you can focus on your studies. Secondly, once the lawsuit starts, Zheng Wenbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu's families will be driven to desperate measures. It's not worth it if they do something to the death. Thirdly, we've arrested the subsidiary company's executives, but there's no direct evidence to prove that Zheng Wenbing did this. Even if he did, he'll be an accomplice. At most, he'll be detained for a few days for framing your parents, leaving a stain on his record. Furthermore, your parents weren't harmed. According to the rules, it's just a formal interrogation by the police station. Therefore, the court will only support you a little if you ask for compensation for emotional distress. I don't mind if you settle it privately and ask for a huge compensation. I think they'll agree to it. You have a bright future ahead of you. Don't waste your time with these scumbags. Thank you, Brother Lei. How much should I ask for? Jiangli nodded. Lei Dong was a big manager after all. He could see far ahead and speak the truth. His parents weren't harmed. If they pursued him, the police would just summon them for questioning. There were no loopholes in the procedure. 300,000. Each of their families will pay 100,000 star dollars as compensation. But you have to be careful with what you say. You must let them mention it. Otherwise, they'll bite back and say you're extorting and blackmailing them. Lei Dong warned again. How about this? I'll send a lawyer to negotiate with them. They're suing me for extortion and blackmail. Jiangli was reminded. He felt that there was such a possibility. I've recorded a video just now. It could be used as evidence. And remember to keep it well. I'll get the lawyer to negotiate with them. Everything will be fine. You just have to wait from now on. Don't mention anything about compensation to them. Lei Dong was indeed a big manager. These conspiracies were child's play to him. Thank you, Brother Lei. Don't worry. Your hypnosis is so powerful. You have to help my son with hypnosis in the future. My son is in primary school now. The competition is fierce. Lei Dong knew that he wouldn't lose out if he befriended a hypnosis expert. Bang! After Jiang Li finished his call, he pushed open the door. Zheng Wenbing stood up. Jiang Li, what do you want? Nothing much. Brother Lei said that you guys actually implicated the Shui group's reputation and almost caused a scandal. They want to sue you, but they're all students. Why ruin their futures? Brother Lei's lawyer is on the way now. He'll be here in about half an hour. You guys can negotiate with him. Jiang Li didn't mention anything about compensation. He didn't want to be falsely accused of extortion and blackmail. I suggest that you guys inform your family about this. We could discuss it together. Zheng Wenbing's expression changed. Jiang Li, you're really ruthless. Fighting and killing are things that boorish men do. We're in a lawful society now. Let's follow the proper procedures and do what needs to be done. Jiang Li sat down leisurely. Yang Wu and Zhang Yu didn't call their families. They knew that this matter couldn't be seen in public. If they called their families, they would be scolded. It would be even more embarrassing. Half an hour later, the lawyer arrived. He was a middle-aged man with glasses. He shook hands with Jiang Li the moment he entered. Student Jiang Li, nice to meet you. I'm the lawyer of the Shui Group. Nice to meet you. I'll leave this dispute to you. I don't know the law, so I'll let you negotiate with them, Jiang Li said. All right. The lawyer turned around. You're Zheng Wenbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu, right? What do you want? Zheng Wenbing stood up. Her eyes were filled with nervousness. We, the Shui Group, have obtained evidence. You colluded with the manager of the subsidiary company to embezzle the company's assets. You framed someone's parents. You also colluded with the boss of the black market boxing club and attempted to sell someone. This is a serious crime. We can sue you anytime with the evidence we have. The lawyer spoke with conviction. According to Article 3751 of the Citizenship Law, if you can get the victim's forgiveness, the victim can choose not to appeal. Because this is not a public case, you can settle it privately. After saying so much, you want compensation. How much do you want? Zheng Wenbing already knew what the lawyer was getting at. I admit defeat this time. Is 10,000 star dollars enough? This time, the manager caused a serious loss to our company. We suffered a financial loss of at least 300,000 star dollars. Our company must recover this debt. The lawyer said. Jiang Li listened at the side. He felt that the lawyer was indeed a lawyer. He didn't mention how much money he wanted, but how much his company had lost. This was something that no one could use against him. Amazing. If he negotiated it himself, it would definitely be 300,000 star dollars. This would be considered extortion. 300,000 star dollars. Zheng Wenbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu almost jumped up. You might as well rob someone. I'm saying that our company lost 300,000 star dollars. This debt must be recovered. The lawyer's tone was cold. Could it be that you colluded with the manager of the subsidiary company? You also obtained our company's assets? If you did, I advise you to compensate us, and we won't appeal. Otherwise, the company's losses can only be recovered through legal means. When Zheng Wenbing heard this, he couldn't find any flaws in it. Yang Wu and Zhang Yu stared at Jiang Li and the lawyer. They also couldn't do anything. 300,000 star dollars it is. After a long time, Zheng Wenbing suddenly made up his mind. I will compensate. I hope we can reach an agreement this time and write it off. We will naturally not appeal for the company's losses. The lawyer took out a document. Sign it and transfer the money. Zhang Yu, Yang Wu, each of us will contribute 100,000 star dollars. Zheng Wenbing looked at the agreement and discussed first. Brother Bing, all my savings. Zhang Yu's heart ached. 100,000 star dollars was not a small amount to him. It was all the living expenses his family gave him and the savings he had accumulated since he was young. Although they were a family with 1,000,000 star dollars, it was impossible for them to accumulate all the family's resources on them. It was already good enough for each of them to contribute 100,000 star dollars. Cut the crap. Let's get through this first, Zheng Wenbing said. I have to borrow 50,000 star dollars from my brother. Yang Wu quickly made a call. Jiangli looked coldly at the three of them. He didn't say a word. 300,000 star dollars was not enough to quench the hatred in his heart. If he had the chance, he would make them unable to make a comeback. Soon, ding-dong. The three of them successfully transferred the money. The lawyer asked them to sign the agreement. After the three of them left in a hurry, the lawyer transferred the money to Jiang Li. Jiang Li's account had an additional 300,000 star dollars. Jiang Li wanted to pay the lawyer, but the lawyer waved his hand. "You are Brother Lei's brother. How can I do such a thing? I will do my best to complete Brother Lei's orders. These three are just students. They don't have enough experience in society. It will be easy to deal with them." Thank you, thank you." Jiang Li expressed his gratitude again. Damn it. This time, the three of us have become paupers. On the road, Zheng Wenbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu were all furious. "Brother Bing, we are being extorted like this. Can't we resist at all?" Zhang Yu was unwilling. "What can we do? I originally wanted to talk to Jiang Li and get him to name a price. Then, I would lure him to say something he shouldn't say. That way, I can sue him for extortion. But who knew that a lawyer like this would come? I can't find any loopholes." Zheng Wenbing felt that all the conspiracies were useless. "What company's losses? I think they are just extorting us." Zhang Yu punched the wall. "They can make a flawless accounting of the company's losses. We know that we are being extorted, but we can't do anything about it." Yang Wu was still a little dizzy. Being slapped by Jiang Li was a great humiliation, but he didn't dare to go up and settle the score. Just you wait. The two brothers, Jiang Li and Jiang Tao, are absolutely irreconcilable. Zheng Wenbing clenched his teeth. Chapter 31. After receiving 300,000 star dollars as compensation, Jiang Li felt that he should make good use of the money. He still wanted to buy the moon essence, which was the legendary sun and moon essence in ancient times. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. He could only buy 2 bottles with 300,000 star dollars. It's decided then. I'll use this money to buy a bottle of moon spirit essence and leave the rest of the money for mom and dad. That way, I'll still have a few tens of thousands left. I can use it to buy nutrient solutions, cat food, and also train my younger sister. I wonder if my younger brother needs money? I wonder if brother is short of money. But I have to wait until my vitality reaches 1 after the final exam. Then I'll tell mom and dad. At that time, everything will be justified. It would be too shocking to say it now. When he returned home, the lights in the living room were on. His parents were discussing something in a low voice. When they saw Jiang Li come back, they all shut up. "Mom and Dad, how did you get investigated by the company?" Jiang Li pretended to be puzzled. "The police came to our house. My sister and I were scared." "It's okay. This is a misunderstanding." Jiang Zhendong quickly explained. "Your mother and I benefited from the misfortune. We entered the parent company of the Shui Group and received 10,000 star dollars as compensation. In short, this matter is over. When Jiang Tao comes back, you must not tell him." His parents still didn't know that everything was solved by Jiang Li. They were summoned by the police and were bailed out after a few questions. They didn't know the specific situation and thought that the company had made a mistake. Jiang Li didn't tell his parents so that they wouldn't worry. Brother is very focused on his studies. He can't make any mistakes in his spiritual cultivation. Otherwise, all his efforts will be wasted. I will never tell him about this. You also have to study hard and try to increase your vitality to 0. 8 so that you can find a job. Jiang Zhendong exhorted. He still didn't know his son's strength. Late at night, as expected, his brother came back. The house was still very quiet. No one knew that Jiang Li had resolved the storm of family ruin. Everything was calm and peaceful. The next day, in the villa of the Shui Group, Jiang Li drank a bowl of nutrient solution and a drop of moon essence and used hypnosis again. His fingers trembled gently, making Shui beer fall into a deep sleep. After a few rounds of hypnosis, Sprite's complexion became rosier and rosier. Her vitality had completely recovered, and the trauma in her heart had also been healed. Jiang Li would undergo hypnosis once a day and take a large amount of green god nutrient fluid and a drop of moon spirit essence. This way, he could meditate on the brain of the universe to train his great Emperor Spirit Seal. His hypnosis technique became more and more profound, and he gradually comprehended some of its essence. His spirit cultivation was also improving bit by bit. His stamina was even more outstanding. With just a slight movement, his entire body was filled with explosive power. After injecting the super protein, he did a full body checkup and found that the life potential of the damaged cells had completely recovered. Jiangli, thank you so much. Sharon has a very good impression of Jiangli. Observing her sister's serene smile, she knows that she has fallen asleep. You're welcome. I've also improved quite a bit with the help of your nutrient fluids and moon spirit essence. Jiangli said honestly, this is a win-win situation. After today, I don't need to treat Miss Sprite anymore because she has completely recovered. Our previous agreement has also been fulfilled. Sharon nodded. With your current hypnosis technique, you can definitely get a beginner hypnosis teacher certificate. Why don't you take the test? Beginner hypnotists are in short supply, and you're much stronger than the average beginner hypnotist. If you improve in the future and become an intermediate hypnotist, you can even establish your own group. A beginner hypnotist could become a millionaire, while an intermediate hypnotist could become a famous person. The final exam is just around the corner. I'll talk about it after the exam. Jiangli also wanted to take the hypnosis teacher certificate, but the final exam was more important. He had to get the school's approval to do things properly. Moreover, his hypnosis technique still needed to be honed. In reality, his success in hypnosis was all due to the magical effects of the great Emperor Spirit Seal and the meditation of the brain of the universe. With his own hypnosis technique, he probably wouldn't be able to get a beginner hypnosis teacher certificate. From this, one could see how difficult it was to become a hypnotist. By the way, why don't you learn hypnosis? Sharon's mental state was exactly the same as Jiangli's. They were both in the second stage of deep sleep. Logically speaking, she could also become a beginner hypnotist. I've learned it before, but it's very difficult. Moreover, I have to deal with all kinds of people to become a hypnotist. I'm not used to it. Sharon waved her hand. She couldn't become a hypnotist. A hypnotist had to release the mind and create a strong influence, which was very difficult for ordinary people to do. A person with great strength might not necessarily become a combat expert, and similarly, a person with a strong mental cultivation might not necessarily become a hypnotist. In the following days, besides cultivating, Jiangli also cultivated every day. Shui Bai'er's illness had been completely cured, but he had also lost the opportunity to replenish his nutrition every day. Fortunately, he had 300,000 star dollars as compensation from Zheng Wenbing. In addition to the savings he obtained from hypnotizing the criminals in Suhua City, he didn't lack nutrition. He could still afford 1,000 star dollars per dose of Green God nutrient fluid. Zheng Wenbing had laid down all flags and drums, and there was no conspiracy on her side. Jiangli was secretly vigilant, but he didn't relax. He stepped up his cultivation. With enough nutrient fluid, his cultivation speed was very fast. He didn't go to the black market to buy the moon spirit essence because he couldn't bring it back and had to consume it in the black market. It was too wasteful to consume one bottle at a time. It was better to consume it drop by drop. A bottle could be consumed for 10 days to bring out the perfect effect. Finally, the day of the final exam arrived. December 30th, 2250. After the family of 5 finished breakfast, Jiangli came to school. The atmosphere in the school was very tense, and all the students were silently preparing. This time, the school would definitely focus on the outstanding results of the third-year students. This batch of students would receive preferential treatment from the school. They would be given various scholarships and excellent resources. They would even have the opportunity to participate in actual combat training in the army. The school would do whatever it took to pave the way for the students who had the ability to enter Starry Sky University. Every student of Starry Sky University was humanity's elite reserve, and they would have great prospects in the future. The more students were admitted to the school, the more famous they would be. In the future, these students would also contribute to their alma mater. It was unknown how many high schools in the world were secretly competing. If Jiangli obtained the school's priority training spot, even Zheng Wenbing and the others wouldn't dare to do anything to him. The school wouldn't let them go. Many school leaders were concerned about the results of the third-year students, Even the city government leaders were paying attention. School, large classroom. Students, today is the final exam. Everyone should know the rules. Next, sit on the optical computer. There are questions inside. In the morning, you will have a cultural exam. In the afternoon, you will have a physical exam. That will be your vitality score. In the classroom, an optical computer appeared on every seat, and the system's voice was heard. At this time, even the closest students and best friends couldn't be bothered to greet him, as they were nervous. Zhongli was very relaxed. He sat in front of the optical computer and adjusted his breathing. The bell rang. He took out his student microchip and swiped it on the optical computer. He entered his identity information, and many questions immediately appeared. Among them were literature, history, mathematics, physics, biology, chemistry, psychology, law, astronomy, a total of 13 questions. These questions were rather difficult, and the education department specially used them to select talents. Jiang Li's fingers were very fast, typing and answering the questions on the optical computer. He basically didn't make any mistakes. His knowledge was very broad. Ever since he entered the embryonic breathing realm with the help of the milky white stone, and after that he cultivated the Great Spirit Emperor seal, his mental strength was very strong. Having a photographic memory was a small matter, and his comprehension ability far exceeded ordinary people. Learning various cultural courses was a piece of cake. 3 hours later, all the questions were answered. Beep, beep, beep. The optical computer immediately showed the results. Full marks. There were more than 1,000 questions in the cultural exam, and some questions even had complicated calculations. They definitely couldn't be solved in a short period of time. However, all of these were not difficult for Zhongli. The exam is over, and I actually got full marks. Zhongli heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, his results had already been transmitted to the optical computer in the depths of the exam hall. A group of teachers were watching. What? He finished all the questions in just 3 hours? He got full marks in the exam? Even his thesis got full marks? Normally, answering questions in an exam would take 5 hours. Even the fastest and most agile person would need 4 hours. It was very rare for someone to finish in 3 hours and get full marks. The grading of the exam was done by the optical computer. The teachers didn't have the ability to mark the papers. This eliminated any possibility of cheating. Moreover, the school's optical computer was connected to the government's teaching files. The students' exam results were directly linked to the government's education system. The school didn't have the ability to interfere. These exam results were important files for the students. In the future, when they joined the army, took the civil service exam, or even worked in a big company, they were all important information. You can't be cheating, right? In the monitoring room, a few teachers looked at each other. Even the principal frowned. The principal instructed, replay the surveillance footage. In front of the optical computer, it's impossible to cheat. Yes, a teacher replayed the three-dimensional surveillance footage again. This time, the speed was faster. They discovered that Jiang Li was answering questions on the optical computer. His fingers were like flying, moving like clouds and flowing like water. Every question he answered seemed to have no time to consider. It showed his rich knowledge and confidence. Actually, up until now, it was already impossible to cheat in exams. His answering speed is so fast. There's simply no need to think. A teacher praised, "Look at that calculation question with the highest difficulty." He didn't even need to think to solve it. His mind is agile, and his reaction is extremely fast. "Who is this student?" the principal asked the teacher. His name is Jiang Li. His vitality score was 0.7. He's an ordinary student. I wonder why did he suddenly explode this time? A teacher pulled out the information. Wait, the principal suddenly discovered that on Jiang Li's student microchip, there was actually a star. He couldn't help but be shocked. This student is actually a one-star citizen? Yes, one-star citizen. How did he obtain it? He's actually a one-star citizen. What is going on? What great contribution did he make to humanity? Principal, you're only a one-star citizen now, right? You've nurtured so many talents for humanity, and that's why you have the merit of a one-star citizen. This student actually has it too. The surrounding teachers were all discussing. Jiangli usually didn't attract much attention. Now that he suddenly exploded, it naturally caused a commotion. This student is a talent. However, the cultural test isn't much. The most important thing is the physical test. The principal said, "Don't alarm him first. After his physical test, we'll evaluate him based on his overall quality." Not bad. Seems like I didn't study for nothing. Jiangli stretched his back. My speed and score should have attracted the attention of the school. However, it's fine. I'll give them a shock during the physical test in the afternoon. Chapter 32. The morning exams passed one after another. Some people were happy while others were worried. Everyone was not even in the mood to eat in the school cafeteria because there were more important exams in the afternoon, and the physical fitness test was the most important. 200 years ago, students only looked at the exam scores, but now it was completely reversed. Only with a strong physique could one do all kinds of things well. Those with poor physical fitness could not even conduct interstellar travel. Zhang Li, how was your exam result? In the cafeteria, during lunchtime, Guoming came up and asked. At this time, Zhang Li was drinking a nutrient solution, which made his best friend envious. You are actually so extravagant to drink Green God nutrient solution. 1,000 star dollars for one tube. Did you strike it rich? Come, you drink one too. Replenish your physical strength and do well in the afternoon exam. Zhang Li casually gave his best friend a tube. Guoming grabbed it firmly and said in disbelief, "You are really giving it to me? Why would I lie to you?" Zhang Li shook his head. "Hurry up and drink it. Don't tell me it's fake." Guoming quickly opened it and couldn't wait to finish it in one gulp. His face suddenly glowed. It really is a luxury. I feel like my physical fitness has improved a lot. This is an illusion. This kind of biological nutrient solution needs to be taken for a long time and persisted in exercising to wash away the impurities in the body. Zhang Li smiled. All right, are you ready for the physical fitness test in the afternoon? Not at all. I'll leave it to fate. Anyway, there should be no hope for Star Sky University, right? Guoming smacked his lips. I'm the kind of person who is used as a scapegoat. You look like a dragon and a tiger now. This time, you must get a good result. Don't forget your brother after you become rich. No problem. Don't you know what kind of person I, Zhang Li, am? Zhang Li patted his best friend's shoulder. Good luck. Guoming hurriedly left to adjust his mood and prepare for the exam. Zhang Li was very calm because he knew his own strength. 2 hours of rest passed quickly. When it was time for the exam, Zhang Li followed his fellow examinees into a large stadium. It was tens of thousands of square meters, and there were many machines that could be used to test all kinds of physical data, including running, punching, kicking. Begin! A candidate in front of Zhang Li got on the machine. After the command was given, he started to sprint. 1 second, 2 seconds. The distance of 100 meters was covered in 8 seconds. He rested for a while and began to punch. After 100 punches in a row, he was sweating profusely. Finally, an average number appeared on the machine, 0. 36 tons. Then he performed kicking, squats, weights, and other tests. After a series of tests, a series of numbers appeared on the machine, and a voice rang out. Comprehensive test. Vitality 0. 85. Please enter the combat room for the final combat test. Sigh. It still hadn't reached 0. 9. He hoped that he would be able to earn back his points in the final battle. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the school to focus on nurturing him. The student was dejected. Finally, there was the combat test. That event was a test of a person's reflexes and combat experience. If you did well in this event, you would get extra points. If you didn't, your points would be deducted. Next, Zhang Li, student number. Zhang Li walked onto the machine. This machine was very big, and it was equivalent to a room of 30 square meters. There were tracks on the machine's platform, and it was similar to a treadmill. On it, the speed of 100 meters was tested, and there was also a target for punching strength. Let's see how strong my stamina is. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Li did a few movements. These were the postures of the Great Spirit Emperor Seal. Instantly, his body's condition was adjusted to its peak. All the cells in his body seemed to be gasping for air. Examinees, please begin. The sound of the machine became hurried. Jiangli stood on the tracks, and suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. He started to sprint violently. His footsteps on the tracks seemed to emit a smell of burning rubber. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. The result of the 100 meters sprint appeared. It was 4.8 seconds. What? 4.8 seconds? Many teachers also saw this scene. They ran up and watched from outside the machine, thinking that the machine had malfunctioned. However, Jiangli didn't care. After a short rest, he started the punching strength test. He was in the machine, and others couldn't enter. They could only see him running and exerting strength from outside. Pung, 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 pung. His body was like a bow shooting a tiger. All the bones in his body crackled, and his strength was concentrated to the extreme. He displayed the strongest attack among the C-grade physical techniques, broken bones and broken boulders. 100 consecutive punches landed on the huge rubber target like a storm. The entire rubber target seemed to have encountered a typhoon. It kept shaking, and a series of numbers appeared on it. Every examinee had to complete 100 punches within a specified time. This wasn't just a test of punching strength, it was also a test of endurance. Executing 100 punches at full strength was very taxing on one's stamina. Some people couldn't even keep up with the rhythm of their breathing. And after Jiang Li's 100 punches, although he was tired, he wasn't panting. For this test, the average punching strength of 100 punches is 1 ton. Please test side kick, squat, weight. The AI faithfully reported the numbers. This wasn't a test of the strength of a single punch, but the average strength of 100 punches. If Jiangli had only punched once, the numbers would be even stronger. The average strength of 100 punches was much lower than the highest explosive strength. Ordinary experts would be panting after tens of punches. What? The average punching strength is 1 ton? This student actually broke 1 ton. How strong is he? His running speed is 4.8 seconds per 100 meters. Let's see what his overall numbers are. Amazing. This is the biggest miracle of this test. A dark horse. He's definitely a dark horse. Inform the principal. The surrounding teachers were shocked because a good seedling had appeared. He was one of the candidates for the Star Sky University. Sister Dao and the Lazy Dragon also appeared. They looked at each other and nodded. It seemed like this test result was within their expectations. Not long after, Jiang Li's kicking, squatting, and weight-bearing results were displayed. Following that, the AI gave a score. This assessment's results, preliminary estimation, vitality, 1. Next, please enter the combat room for the actual combat assessment. Vitality has indeed reached 1. When Jiang Li saw the score, a smile instantly appeared on his face. He didn't use all his strength in the test, because there was a practical test next. If he didn't do well in the practical test, his points would be deducted, and his vitality might drop to 0.99. The practical test was carried out in a special virtual combat room. This kind of virtual fighting room was the place where Zheng Wenbing and Luo Han trained last time. After entering, a simulated scene would appear, and then a virtual figure would appear. It was a simulated martial arts master, and it would fight with you to see how your actual combat ability was. This was the martial arts master system. The simulated martial arts master was extremely powerful. It was a human figure condensed from a mass of energy. It was exactly the same as a real person, and for a short period of time, it had all the abilities of a real person, including breathing, heartbeat, and pulse. This was originally developed by the military. It was very advanced technology, but it consumed a lot of energy. Only institutions like schools could afford it. Even schools couldn't use it for training. They could only use it during the test. It was still unrealistic to use it for teaching purposes. It was said that if the whole school used the martial arts master system for a while and let all the students take the test, it would consume hundreds of thousands of star dollars worth of energy blocks every hour. Examinee Jiang Li, student number. Jiang Li entered the combat room. It was pitch black, and he couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. Only a voice rang out. The test will now begin. Martial arts master system activated. Energy accumulation complete. So, a beam of light condensed. and the scene changed. A field appeared. The ground was covered with grass, and the surroundings were trees. In the middle stood a person. This person wore an ancient robe, had a white beard, and had a long braid on his head. He wasn't tall, and on the contrary, he was a little skinny. However, this braided robe old man stood in the field, and a tranquil, profound, and unfathomable aura arose spontaneously. "Come!" The braided robe old man waved at Jiangli. He was very lifelike, as if an ancient martial arts master had reappeared in the world. The test officially began. Jiangli was very careful and didn't dare to act rashly. He circled around this martial arts master and went behind him. Suddenly, his hand was like a snake, hissing as he grabbed the other party's braid. The braid was a weakness. However, just as his hand grabbed the braid, a hand appeared at his wrist and lightly flicked it. The movement was very gentle. Rumble. Jiangli felt as if he had stepped into the center of a tornado. All his strength was deflected, and his body actually had a tendency to spin like a top. What was more serious was that the tendons in his body were like the strings of a zither, violently plucked by someone, as if he was struck by lightning. All the tendons in his body were like the strings of a pipa. With a wave of the opponent's hand, his tendons were injured, and he almost lost the ability to fight. This was the true cultivation of a martial arts master. Taiji, the hand wielding the pipa, Jiangli didn't even see clearly how the old man made his move. There wasn't a single flaw in his body, but there was a mysterious and great power in his body. It seemed to be the ancient chi, twisting bones, revolving kill. He knew the situation wasn't good. His body followed the spinning trend and performed the boneless jiu-jitsu. His whole body spun to the side, and his hand was like a blade, fiercely chopping at the martial arts master's neck. If it was someone else who hadn't practiced the boneless jiu-jitsu, they would have been defeated by the hand wielding the pipa and would have tumbled a few times. However, Jiang Li's physical fitness was very good, and after the battle with the Phantom Fox gangsters, he suddenly showed a good combat accomplishment. He actually dodged the attack and began a counterattack. This counterattack, the speed of his hand blade, was truly the pinnacle of Jiang Li's combat standards. Unfortunately, the martial arts master was faster than him. He shook his hands, as if he was playing with a big spear, and drew an arc in the air, circling above Jiang Li's hand blade. At the moment of contact, Jiang Li's arm made creaking sounds, as if it had entered a meat grinder and was about to break. Taiji, cloud hand, bang! He kicked at the martial arts master's ankle, trying to save himself. The martial arts master's feet seemed to have grown eyes. He twisted his legs and kicked back at Jiang Li. Jiang Li immediately fell into a difficult situation. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be sent flying in the next moment. His tendons and bones would be broken, and he would be in an incomparably miserable state. At this moment, his usual training paid off. His body twisted like a dragon and snake, and he kept dodging and retreating. Boneless dragon snake dance. The unique movement saved his life, allowing him to get out of trouble and far away from the martial arts master. This person was like an impenetrable wall. His martial arts were exquisite, and Jiang Li was dozens of levels lower than him. If he got close, he would be beaten up. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Jiang Li kept retreating, and his body swayed. He didn't dare to get close to the martial arts master. Unfortunately, the martial arts master wouldn't let him go. His footsteps were as light as duckweed on the water, and he chased after him. Jiang Li had just retreated a few dozen meters, and the martial arts master instantly caught up with him and punched him. This punch was very ferocious, and it completely overturned the old man's image. It was like an adult man, an iron tower giant. Taiji, bow shooting tiger. Jiang Li didn't even look at it. He knew that this attack couldn't be blocked, and so he dodged. Hi! The old martial arts master exhaled and punched out again. This time, it was even more ferocious than the previous punch. It sealed off all of Jiang Li's escape routes. It was like an iron chain across the river, making it difficult for ships to move. Hong Fist, Iron Lock River. I can't take it head on. What should I do? I can't block it with my boneless jiu-jitsu. If I take it head on, I will definitely be sent flying, and I will lose all my fighting strength. Jiangli saw this punch, and his mind flashed. His sixth sense seemed to have predicted his ending. It was a close call. His hands suddenly moved like the wind, and his mind entered a state of floating with the wind. Unknowingly, he instinctively displayed the hand gestures of the great Emperor's seal, like the wind and clouds. The clouds followed the dragon, and the wind followed the tiger. The martial arts master's punch landed on his arm, and his hand instinctively caved in and floated outwards, dissipating a lot of the force. Whoosh, 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 the martial arts master advanced again. His face was expressionless, and a long cry came from the depths of his dantian. Another punch. This punch was completely different. The ferocious style from before had changed. It was like a ghost that was in a trance. It seemed very slow, but in reality, it had broken through the limits of speed. This ruthless punch tore through Jiang Li's defenses and smashed into his chest. B-grade body technique, Ghost God Fist. Ghost God appears. 3 consecutive punches. The first was Bao Shooting Tiger, the second was Iron Lock River, and the third was Ghost God Appears. This was already considered an ultimate move. Finally, all of Jiang Li's defenses were useless. He was sent flying, and stars appeared before his eyes. He couldn't even move a finger. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the optical computer made a stop sound. Combat assessment complete. Combat experience qualified. Overall score, 1 vitality. The martial arts master disappeared. He was originally a ball of energy, and his energy consumption was huge. The school didn't want to waste any more time. Shoo! Hearing this voice, Jiang Li heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had lost to a martial arts master and had been sent flying with a single punch, his score was still positive and not negative. Vitality reached 1. Chapter 33. This martial arts master is too powerful. I've seen a lot of people being sent flying in the first move. Jiang Li was very envious. If his family had such a martial arts master system, his combat level and cultivation would increase by at least 10 levels. Unfortunately, this was not realistic. The whole school could not afford it, let alone his family. After the AI evaluated his vitality, Jiang Li heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that this time, he would definitely be the focus of the school's training. Usually, when a vitality score reached 0.9, the school would pay attention to them. As for 1, that was the most important. All kinds of excellent resources and opportunities were piled up on these people. Today, he would become the school's pride and have the halo of a famous person. Coming out of the combat assessment room, Jiang Li heard a student scolding, "Damn it, why is this assessment so difficult? It's actually a martial arts master. I was defeated in 1 round. My original score of 0.9 was reduced to 0.89. This was a very outstanding student from a rich family. He had a strong physique and had taken a lot of supplements. He should have had a chance to get a good score, but in the end, he met a martial arts master and unfortunately got a negative score. As expected, many people were scolding, saying that this martial arts master exam was very abnormal. It was very different from the previous exams. Even some of the famous people in the school who had vitality above 0.9 had a serious expression after coming out, as if the combat score had dragged down their score. Jiang Li was at ease. He had a calm expression as he tried to figure out the experience of fighting with the old martial arts master. Principal, the exam results are out. 3 hours later, many teachers gathered in the invigilator room. All the exam results had already been released. The most important was the results of the third-year students. Principal, there are 11 people in our school with vitality at 1. 10 of them are third-year students. A teacher quickly tabulated the data. There are actually 11 students with vitality at 1. The principal hurriedly said, "How about the student who got full marks in the culture test? His vitality is 1. Another teacher reported, "Full marks in the culture test. Sprint for 100 meters in 4.8 seconds, punch force of 1 ton. Finally, he battled with the martial arts master system and got a positive score. Excellent combat experience. A dark horse has appeared. The teachers all nodded. His improvement is too great. His vitality was only 0. 7 in the previous exam, which was very ordinary. How did he become so strong this time? Who has the highest score? Or Ouyang Xing? The principal tapped his fingers on the table as if he was calculating something. Yes, Ouyang Xing's life force is 1. 1, which is way higher than everyone else's. He has a 70% chance of getting into Star Sky University. Other than that, there are also Luan, Deng Tianzhao, Wang Yunlong, Li Changtian, Xiao Hong, Serene, Yin Shangshang, Lu Yaoyao, and Jiangli. Good. These 10 students will be the focus of our training. Next semester, we will draw up a plan to focus on training them. We must push them up. This year, our school can't lose face again. Last year, none of them managed to get into Starry Sky University. If it happens again this year, I, as the principal, will have to resign. The principal smiled bitterly. Also, how are the exams of the first and second year students? Are there any outstanding ones? By the way, didn't you say that there were 11 men with vitality of 1? Why are there only 10? There's another student who also got a 1 in this exam, but he's not a third-year student. His name is Jiang Tao, Jiang Li's younger brother. A teacher quickly explained, there are 10 students with vitality of 1 in the third year, including Jiang Tao, that's 11. So it's Jiang Tao. He improved so fast. He's really a genius. The principal nodded, as if it was within his expectations. The Jiang family has 2 sons, and both of them are outstanding. If all of them can get into Starry Sky University, then it will be a real sensation. How many places are there for this year's key training? A teacher asked, still 10? No, this year it will be increased to 50. For the last 40 students, let their families pay 100,000 star dollars as sponsorship to join the key class. As for that Jiang Tao, he's only a second-year high school student and is still far from the university entrance exam. But his potential is huge. As a seeded player, give him a high degree of attention. In addition, for the genius students with vitality of 1, each of them will be given a scholarship of 300 star dollars. The principal began to issue orders and issue documents. Sure enough, the mail has been sent. As soon as Jiangli walked out of the examination room, an email came from the student microchip. It was from the principal. Student Jiangli, because of your outstanding performance in the exam, the school has decided to let you join the key training class of 50 people. Starting tomorrow, report to the school's key class. Received. He clicked on the receive button and replied with 2 words. He was very happy in his heart. The key training class could get a lot of resources. The school, the government, and the army would coordinate with each other to make it convenient for the students of the key class. Ding dong. You have a scholarship of 300 star dollars. In the past, a scholarship of 300 star dollars was already a lot, but now for him, a trip to Suhua City would cost him 8 or 10,000 star dollars. This was really nothing. Fortunately, even mosquitoes have meat. Jiang Li, congratulations on getting a good result this time and entering the key training class. Outside the examination room, a girl came over. It was Shiren. Wherever she went, she was the focus of attention. In the future, we will all be classmates. Please take care of me. Jiang Li quickly replied with a smile. Since he cured Shui by Er's mental illness, he and Shiren became familiar. This year, the key class has expanded to 50 people. Your enemies are among them. Now, you can vent your anger. Shueling looked into the distance, as if she didn't notice anything. Zheng Wenbing, Zhang Yu, Yang Wu. When Jiang Li saw the 3 of them, a smile appeared on his face. The results of these 3 people were still around 0. 9. It was definitely not more than 1. Zheng Wenbing also saw Jiang Li and Shiren chatting and laughing together. His heart suddenly thumped, and his face became even gloomier. He discussed with Yang Wu and Zhang Yu for a while, and then left in a hurry. They should also be in the same class. It will be easy to deal with them in the future. Jiang Li looked at the back of the 3 people as they left. Of course, he didn't want to deal with them as simply as beating them up. That would be meaningless. If he wanted to, he wanted them to go bankrupt and end up in a miserable state, never to have a chance to make a comeback. These 3 young masters said that the rich were a cut above the others. Jiang Li wanted them to have a taste of what it was like to be poor. Take it slow, there's no rush. He thought in his heart, Right now, he had an absolute advantage, because after the exam results were out, the top 10 students in the school would be awarded by the Star City government, and they would become influential figures. Such students would also be nurtured and protected by the government. Moreover, he would become even stronger. Jiangli, there is one thing you have to remember. Ouyang Xing, the #1 student in our school, has a vitality of 1. 1. He is the strongest, and he is ruthless. It is best not to provoke him. Xueling and Jiangli walked side by side. After saying a few words of warning, a car slowly descended from the sky. Xueling leaped into the car and sped away. I also need to earn money to buy a car. Jiangli was a little envious. He really had the qualifications to buy a car now. The identity of a 1-star citizen wasn't just for show. It had many conveniences. When Jiangli returned home, his father was watching TV and his mother was cooking. Seeing him come back, his father didn't ask about the exam results, as if he knew that Jiangli didn't do well in the exam. Just when he was about to say something to surprise his parents, a sound came from the door. He saw his brother Jiang Tao and sister Jiang Xian came in. Jiang Xian's leg was bandaged, and it seemed that she was injured. What happened? Jiang Li stood up. Sister sprained her leg during the exam. Jiang Tao smiled. I have taken her to see a doctor. She will recover after 2 days of rest. This kind of sprain was a small matter, and it was easy to recover. Big brother, I am fine. Jiang Xian looked very excited. My vitality in this exam was 0.7, which is considered excellent in the class. Second brother is even better. His vitality is 1. First in the whole year. Big brother, what is your result? Jiang Xian was still in junior high school, and the human body was not fully developed. 0.7 vitality was considered excellent. If it was high school, it would be ordinary. Xian, go rest. Father Jiang Jindong quickly scolded. Be careful next time, don't sprain it. Although it is a small injury, it cost Tao a lot of money. Dad, it is a small matter. It is only a few dozen star dollars. This time I got a scholarship of 300 star dollars. Brother Jiang Tao expressed that he did not care. Mother came out of the kitchen. Tao, you are actually the first in the grade. Let's celebrate today. This is not a big deal. Jiang Tao did not look excited, as if it was a matter of course, and his tone was full of confidence. By the way, Mom, Dad, I have signed a contract with the army for this holiday. I will help the army do something to earn salary. I am afraid I will not go home for the whole winter vacation. This is good, this is good. Parents were very happy. Signing a contract with the army was a good thing. Not only could he earn money, but he could also get good training. They knew that a student like Jiang Tao, with vitality of 1, the army, the police, big companies, and government agencies would all fight to hire him. Many companies would look for him and sign him in advance. Ali, you should not have anything to do this winter vacation. Jiang Jindong knocked on the table. I found a temporary job for you. You can make money to support your brother. Dad, I have something to do. I'm afraid I can't go. Jiang Li licked his lips. What's the matter? Jiang Jindong was a little unhappy. Well, if Ali doesn't want to work, then don't embarrass him. He can rest at home. Mother appeared to smooth things over. Besides, how much money can Ali make now? Okay. Jiang Jindong felt like a deflated ball. He shook his head and took a sip of tea, feeling a little bitter. Here's the thing. Jiang Li no longer concealed. My vitality reached 1 in this exam, and I was listed as a member of the key class by the school. In a few days, I will go to the award ceremony and be trained by the army. His tone was very flat, but it caused a great shock. Clatter! The teacup in Jiang Jindong's hand fell to the ground, as if he did not hear clearly. What did you say? Chapter 34. Dad, Big Brother, said he wants to participate in key training. Sister Jiang Xian said, you can't look down on Big Brother. Last time he helped the police department solve a big case and gave me 3,000 star dollars pocket money. Wait, Jiang Jindong couldn't react for a moment. Even his mother was shocked. His younger brother, Jiang Tao, looked at Jiang Li as if he had just met his older brother. Ali, what were your results in this exam? Vitality score 1. Jiang Li answered honestly. What? Jiang Jindong roared excitedly, startling everyone. This is the exam result and the principal's email. Jiangli took out his student chip, and a virtual image appeared on it. It was impossible to fake. You've grown up, you've grown up. Parents surrounded him and looked at the results as if they were dreaming. It's really one. Son, how did you do it? I've been enlightened recently and can enter deep sleep anytime and anywhere. Jiangli was telling the truth. Spiritual cultivation. Parents suddenly realized, I was wondering how you could progress so fast. Ha ha. Jiang Zhendong laughed heartily. This time, both of my sons, Jiang Zhendong, have a promising future. Those people took away my wealth. But after my son grows up, I will take it back. Dad, what are you talking about? Jiangli instinctively felt that his father had secrets because he had never heard any news about his grandparents since he was young. According to the lifespan of modern humans, even if Jiangli became a father, his grandfather would not die. Nothing. When you are admitted to Starry Sky University, I will tell you about the Jiang family. Jiang Zhendong waved his hand. Come, let's celebrate today and buy a bottle of good wine. Dad, Mom, I'm here by wine. Jiang Tao said, Brother's spiritual cultivation has progressed so fast. I will buy a bottle of four-winged tiger bone wine for Mom and Dad to drink. Four-winged tiger bone wine. It seems to cost more than 1,000 star dollars per bottle, which is equivalent to our annual salary. Mother stared at Jiang Tao. Where did you get so much money? I did a lot of work at school. Jiang Tao casually said, I have some pocket money, and with the scholarship, it should be enough to spend. So, Dad, Mom, don't spend too much money on me in the future. You should buy some supplements to supplement your body. Oh, that's right. You should also train your little sister. Yes, I will try my best. Jiang Xin seemed to be encouraged. The wine is here. Not long after, a bottle of good wine that his younger brother had bought online was sent over. The whole family sat around the table, eating and drinking. His parents were drunk. His sister was also drunk. Only Jiang Li and Jiang Tao were sober. After arranging for his parents to rest, the two brothers went to the balcony to enjoy the wind. Brother, you actually rushed to the point where your vitality reached one in such a short period of time. Even I didn't notice it. You're really amazing. Jiang Tao said, Today, Mom and Dad are very happy, and I'm also very happy. Brother, with your support at home, I can finally let go and do some things. Little brother, you have been very smart since you were young. You seem to know some of our parents' secrets. Who is our grandfather? Jiangli asked the question in his heart. I don't know either. The younger brother, Jiang Tao, shook his head. But I seem to have vaguely heard that our Jiang family is not a small family. But father was chased out by the family. I don't know anything else. I also guess so. Jiangli. This seems to be a sore point in our father's heart. When this is mentioned, he becomes depressed. Let's find some time to check if there are any big families with the surname Jiang. Let's wait until we are admitted to Starry Sky University. Jiang Tao shook his head. Humans are now developing everywhere. There are footprints on many planets. There are many secrets that cannot be found. And we can only do this. Both of us must be admitted to Starry Sky University. Jiang Li and his younger brother, Jiang Tao, high-fived. Clap. The applause spread far away, appearing hot-blooded and youthful in the snowy night. Late at night, Jiang Tao dialed a number. After dozens of transfers, it finally connected. A dignified voice came through. Jiang Tao, have you thought it through? General Wang, I have thought it through. I can join your organization. Jiang Tao said in a heavy voice. Really? There was a hint of surprise in the dignified voice. Jiang Tao, you are a genius. Without the assistance of any resources, your spiritual cultivation has actually stepped into the third stage of deep sleep. You can even quickly enter meditation. If you can be trained by us, you can definitely become an expert. I know this. I don't doubt your ability at all. Jiang Tao's tone was very calm. However, my matter has nothing to do with my family. If something happens to me, I hope you can protect my family. Only then will I work for you. Jiang Tao, you have to remember, you are not working for us. You are working for the future of the entire nation and the revival of the entire country. In your blood flows the blood of the ancient country of China. You should contribute your blood and life for the revival of the entire country. The dignified voice fiercely said, "Yes, I have such ideals. That's why I called you and joined a restoration organization." Jiang Tao calmly said, "But I need a sum of money. How much do you need?" The mysterious General Wang on the phone did not have the slightest hesitation. 1 million. Jiang Tao said an astronomical number, 1 million star dollars. "It is not for me. It is my family's settlement allowance. You will give my family 100,000 star dollars every year for a total of 10 years. I want to ensure that my family does not have to worry about food and clothing before I can join you." "No problem. Tomorrow, I will send a letter in the name of the Army saying that you will join a special department in the Army and give your family 100,000 star dollars as settlement allowance," General Wang said. "Moreover, after our special training and with your talent, there is no problem for you to enter Starry Sky University. At that time, we will arrange for you to enter the elite area, and your family can also enjoy it." "Okay," Jiang Tao agreed. Qini hung up the phone with a matured expression on his face. "I've embarked on a path of no return. Reviving my people, my country, is also my dream. Although the trend of mankind right now is towards unification, why can't our people dominate everything? Big brother, you should protect mom and dad. Now that you can support a family, I can also realize my dream with peace of mind. As for the money, you can train well." The night was silent after the exam. Zhongli still did not stop. Every day, he would hide and cultivate, learn hypnosis, search for a lot of information on the internet, and even spend star dollars to register for hypnosis learning websites to read the works and theories of some advanced hypnotists. Since cultivating the Great Soul Emperor's seal, his thinking ability and comprehension ability had increased several times, and he could understand all kinds of knowledge with just a little bit. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get full marks in the cultural course exam. As for his younger brother Jiang Tao, he directly went out, saying that he would participate in the military special training. The military also sent him an invitation, saying that the special training would last for a holiday before he could go home. The whole family was struggling. 3 days later, Jiang Li came to the school again. The school was already on holiday, and it was very quiet. After the exam, it was deserted, but for the 100 school elites, the cruel training had just begun. The next holiday, they had to undergo special training. Just as he arrived at the school, before Jiang Li could enter the key training class, he saw a floating car driving into the campus and stopping in the square. It was Luohan. "Jiang Li? Congratulations on entering the key training class." Luohan parked the car and greeted Jiang Li. "I didn't expect you to have such a breakthrough. Luohan, you can buy a car?" Jiang Li was surprised. It was not because Luohan's family lacked money, but only a one-star citizen could buy a car. Could it be that Luohan was a one-star citizen? "I'm already a one-star citizen, of course I can buy a car." Luohan smiled. "A long time ago, I worked for the military and accumulated enough merit points." "Amazing." Jiang Li gave her a thumbs up. "You are the amazing one. I have been accumulating merit points since I was in elementary school, and now I have only obtained the title of a one-star citizen. You obtained it with just one case." Luohan waved her hand. "You actually know about my matters?" Jiang Li's eyes moved. "You have progressed too fast. I think some people would investigate you, not to mention you are now my competitor." Luohan smiled. "This school's key training is equivalent to a preparatory exam for Star Sky University. Students whose vitality reaches 1 are my potential competitors. You should know that Star Sky University does not recruit many students in our city." "Haha, then let's wait and see." Jiang Li was happy. "Luohan, you are here?" Another flying car descended from the sky, the exhaust drawing an arc in the air billowing. A man walked out of the car. He didn't drive his own car, but his family's car. Deng Tianzhao. Vitality 1, spiritual cultivation, deep sleep, strong physique, a student with resources and talent, an influential figure in the old school. Luohan's pursuer. At this time, he came out of the family car and saw Luohan and Jiang Li chatting and laughing together. His eyes immediately turned cold. "Uncle Ji, you go back first." "Yes, young master." The man who drove the car once again flew into the sky, drifted, and disappeared. Even Deng Tianzhao wasn't a one-star citizen and couldn't drive himself. He could only let someone from his family drive for him. Today is the day of the key training. How can I not come? Although Luohan was smiling, there was an unapproachable aura when she spoke, making people not dare to get close to her. It wasn't as relaxed and pleasant as when she was talking to Jiangli earlier. Deng Tianzhao's face twitched subconsciously. He had been pursuing Luohan for a long time, but she was still indifferent and unapproachable. Now, she was chatting and laughing with the kid. You must be Jiangli, right? You improved by leaps and bounds in the exam this time. Congratulations. Let's get to know each other. He walked to the front of Jiangli and stretched out his hand. Jiangli also stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. Kacha. Deng Tianzhao's expression changed. His bones were aching. He felt that Jiangli's arm was like a large vice, about to crush the bones in his fingers. Both of them had Vitality 1, but he actually wasn't a match for Jiangli. If this continued, he would immediately make a fool of himself. Luckily, Jiangli let go of his hand. He didn't want to go overboard. Student Deng, we are evenly matched. You are really strong. Let's get to know each other more in the future. After letting go of his hand, his words were watertight, giving Deng Tianzhao enough face. Recently, he had been training crazily. With sufficient nutrition and the meditation of the brain of the universe, experts of the same level weren't a match for him at all. Chapter 35. This person's vitality is 1, the same as mine. Why is his body so strong? Did he eat some kind of super tonic? That's impossible. I grew up eating all kinds of super tonic. He's just a poor student. What good things could he get? Deng Tianzhao was unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. His opponent's body was too strong. In fact, he didn't know that Jiangli relied on the Soul Emperor seal to strengthen his body. With doubts in his heart, Deng Tianzhao knew that Jiangli was merciful and gave him some face. He nodded and hurriedly walked to the side to greet others. Luohan saw all this and was secretly shocked. Logically, Jiangli and Deng Tianzhao should be evenly matched. But now it was obvious that Deng Tianzhao was losing. Luohan, you're here too? Another flying car arrived in the sky. It was about 3 meters above the ground. A girl jumped down and landed without a sound. It was Serene. Serene glanced at her and smiled. Luohan, how's your cultivation? We're now in the same class. Let's see who can get into Star University in the last semester. Okay. Luohan didn't want to be outdone. She raised her head and said, in the last semester, I have many opportunities to compete with you. As the two girls spoke, they were at each other's throats. Neither was willing to admit defeat. The number of students in the square gradually increased. This time, there were 50 people in the key training class. All of them were elites. Even the weakest had vitality of 0. 9. Most of their families had cars to pick them up. The flying cars in the sky kept landing and flying away. There were all kinds of branded cars, dazzling the eyes. Perhaps the family with the least assets was Jiangli's. Woo, woo, woo. Another huge car landed on the square. Men and women walked out. This time, 9 out of the 10 most influential people in the school were present. Wang Yunlong, Li Changtian, Xiao Hong, Shiren, Yun Shangshang, Lu Yaoyao, Jiang Li, Deng Tianzhao Luan. The younger brother, Jiang Tao, was a second-year student. Although his vitality was also 1, this was a third-year training class. He still had to wait a semester. However, the school treated him as a seeded player and would definitely nurture him. He had gone to the military to find a job, so he would definitely earn a lot during the holidays. Among the 9 students, Jiang Li was the most eye-catching. There was another person who didn't drive. He was a commoner called Xiao Hong. This student wasn't tall, but his eyes were like lightning, giving off a proud and aloof feeling. He didn't get along well with others, and usually didn't speak much. He would often close his eyes and rest. Other than cultivating, there was nothing that could attract his interest, not even beautiful girls. He was a legendary figure in the school. He was born a commoner, but he showed his talent very early on. He cultivated his mind into a deep sleep state and worked outside. It was said that he had signed a contract with a very large company and became an executive of that company. None of these students are ordinary people, Jiangli thought. Soon, There were more and more people in the square. The others were all students with a vitality of 0. 9. They gathered together and didn't interact with the 9 students. They were vaguely divided into ranks. Those with a vitality of 1 were high and mighty. They looked down on the other students. No matter how strong the other students were, they could only serve as foils. In fact, a person with a vitality of 1 could easily defeat 4 or 5 people with a vitality of 0. 9. The difference was huge. Zhongli wasn't qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as these people. Now that he was above them, many people felt uncomfortable. All of us are here except for Ouyang Xing. Wang Yunlong crossed his arms and sneered. He said to Deng Tianzhao, "Is he so arrogant just because he's the first in the school? He can't help it. His vitality is 1. 1. He's stronger than all of us." Deng Tianzhao's eyes were filled with jealousy. Woo woo woo. A rumbling sound came from the sky. An aircraft that was twice the size of an ordinary car reached the sky and slowly landed. A young man walked out of it. He was about 18 years old and was 1.9 meters tall. He wore a tight black shirt and had an imposing appearance. He glanced around and his eyes were sharp. He looked like a leader inspecting his troops. "That's Ouyang Xing. He's here. He's the #1 expert in the school. I heard that he has a 90% chance of getting into Star University. Even if he doesn't get into Star University, he can just join a government department and become a high official." Many people in the Ouyang family are involved in politics and business. They monopolize many big business in many cities. It's normal for them to become officials. Ouyang Xing must want to get into Star University and then migrate to the elite area to become an elite of mankind and fight in the Star University. His aura is so strong. I heard that he has reached the 3rd stage of deep sleep. I wonder if it's true. Ouyang Xing's appearance caused a sensation. This is Ouyang Xing? He's indeed stronger than us. Zhongli was secretly startled. This was the #1 expert in the academy, and he was the center of attention. His aura was extremely strong, and he looked like he had been through hundreds of battles. His blade-like mental energy cleansed all impurities. I might not be a match for this person. I have to be careful. After Ouyang Xing walked down, he waved his hand, and the aircraft automatically took off. This is a student from a big family, the #1 among 800,000 students. Including the teachers and instructors, none of them are his opponent. A big shot with a vitality of 1. 1. What a cocky fart. Several experts with a vitality of 1 were unconvinced. "The principal is here," someone said. Suddenly, the whole crowd quieted down. From afar, the principal appeared on a high platform in the square. But he was just a foil. The real protagonist was a soldier. This soldier was tall and sturdy. He wore a well-ironed military uniform. His eyes were shining, making people not dare to look at him. In addition, there was also a government official standing side by side with the soldier. Zhongli had seen on TV before. This government official was actually the mayor of Star City. The mayor of Starry Sky City has a lot of power. He can cover the sky with one hand. Generally, he won't easily attend. But this time, it's the school's top student award ceremony, so he must come. Every year, if Starry Sky City has a student from Starry Sky University, it will be his political achievement. Any city attaches great importance to this matter. "Students, I am a mayor." As soon as the mayor appeared, he spoke in a very friendly tone. "You are the best of the whole school. You are the top 50 among the 800,000 students. Now that you have walked out of society, you are the strongest of humanity. But you cannot be proud of this. What you have to do is to become the elite of humanity and enter Star University. This time, the government will reward and commend you for your excellent results. Next, please come on stage to receive your award." Ouyang Xing, Wang Yunlong, Li Changtian, Xiao Hong, Serene, Yin Shangshang, Lu Yaoyao, Jiang Li, Deng Tanjiao Luan. The 10 students heard the mayor's words and walked to the high platform. Suddenly, a large number of media and news reporters were broadcasting the event. Every year, this was a sensational event. Many big entrepreneurs wanted to meet the mayor, but they could not. Now that Jiang Li shook hands with the mayor of Star City, and the mayor was encouraging him, he suddenly felt like he was in a dream. Student Jiangli, I hope you can continue to work hard in Interstar University. Contribute to our star city and the whole of humanity. The mayor warmly shook hands with each student. When it was Jiangli's turn, his smile was very natural, absolutely not perfunctory. If your family has any difficulties, you can report it to our government. We will do our best to solve it. This sentence made Jiangli feel very comfortable. Thank you, Mayor. I will definitely work hard. He knew that this sentence was not perfunctory. Every year, the best of the best would indeed receive strong support from the government. When shaking hands with the mayor, he personally presented him with a Storm Medal and a scholarship of 3,000 star dollars. The Storm Medal is a special honor. Zheng Wenbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu in the audience watched Jiang Li being awarded the Storm Medal. All of their faces became very ugly. They all knew that it would be more difficult to use any conspiracy in the future. This kind of student has been noticed by the government and focused on training. It was equivalent to having an extra protective talisman. After the mayor met with these people one by one, he said, "Students, this time, the government and the army will cooperate to train you. I hope you can grow again through the training. This is our Star City's #1 instructor, General Song. He will now arrange the military training for you." At this time, the soldiers strode forward, giving people a feeling of a beast trampling on them. "Students, you are all strong and have higher quality than the ordinary soldiers in the army. But your goal is also very high, to Interstar University. Therefore, the training that our army has arranged for you is very cruel. If you don't want to participate now, you can also withdraw." The first instructor said. His voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. When Jiangli heard this, he knew that the instructor's strength was not below Phantom Fox, but he should not be a hypnotist. If he was a hypnotist, the influence of his words would definitely be stronger than this. But this kind of strength was worthy of being the #1 instructor of Star City's military. Only this kind of person could suppress a group of rebellious students. "We will not withdraw. Everything is for humanity." The 100 students shouted in unison. Every student had undergone strict military training and had the style of a soldier. "All right, from now on, the training has begun. Everyone, run forward to the school's equipment room and take your seat. There's a set of metal armor of the same size as you. After you put it on, gather over here." The first instructor said loudly. "Yes, obey the order." All the students, including the #1 expert, Ouyang Xing, shouted. This was military training, and they could not act cool or throw a tantrum. No family could compete with the army. Jiang Li also followed the students and ran to the school's equipment room. He took out his student microchip and opened his cabinet. Immediately, he saw many metal shells, helmets, breastplates, knee pads, shoulder pads, metal boots. He immediately put it on and felt like a robot. This set of armor was almost 200 pounds, and it was not convenient for him to move. Fortunately, these people's physical fitness was very strong. Putting on the metal armor was equivalent to training their bodies. Chapter 36. Unfortunately, these are pure metal armors, not power armors. Jiang Li sighed. The power armors were the ones he saw the other day when he captured the Phantom Fox. They contained a power system that could fly, glide, and increase the user's strength after wearing them. Although these metal armors looked exactly the same as power armors, they didn't have power and were just models. It was the same as a car without an engine. While the students were putting on their armors, the first instructor and the principal were chatting on the square's platform. The mayor had already left. "General Song, how's the quality of the students today?" the principal asked. Very good, very good." General Song nodded, "especially those 10. After entering our army, after training, they can definitely be given the rank of senior colonel. I have only trained for 40 years, and I can't even compare to them. But if they want to enter Star Sky University, they still need to make the final push. To be honest, Star Sky University's requirements are too insane. I can pass the physical exam, but fail the cultural exam. In fact, the 10 students are enough for this special training. The rest are just to make up the numbers." Major General Song's physical fitness, martial arts, and fist techniques were all excellent, but unfortunately, Star Sky University didn't have a place for him. First, after he entered the army, he focused on martial arts and failed the cultural exam. Second, Star Sky University set the age limit of 20. Those over the age limit cannot take the exam. Because of the age limit, the potential is too small. We have to give them a chance. Maybe some of them will suddenly gain enlightenment and have great potential. The principal quickly explained. This time, the parents of the 9 Vitality students also donated a lot of money. This time, the school is cooperating with the army, so of course the school will be paying. I know that. 9 Vitality is already very good. They could be an ordinary instructor in the army. I don't mean to look down on those students. General Song said, I have already arranged a devilish training to stimulate their potential. Let's see if they can withstand it. A large military flying car stopped in a valley in the middle of a mountain range. This mountain range surrounded the mountain range, leading into the distance. Tall trees covered the sky. Some of them were over 100 meters tall, like a primeval forest. Faint roars of giant beasts echoed in the depths of the forest. Outside the mountain range, there was a tall electric fence tens of meters tall, with the words Military Restricted Area written on it. After the unification of mankind, they began to control the earth and environmental pollution. After more than 200 years of treatment, such primeval forests could be found everywhere. When humans had the ability to jump through wormholes and all kinds of biotechnology were developing at a rapid pace, just a little bit of plant growth fluid was enough to cause all kinds of plants to grow crazily. Currently, the living environment on Earth was very good, and the landscape of the mountains and rivers had changed greatly. From now on, you will have to undergo brutal field training. 100 people stepped out of the car, all of them clad in armor. When they reached the valley, Major General Song looked at them and said, This is our military base. It's a battlefield that simulates the cruel environment of a foreign planet. One of the exams for Starry Sky University is for the government to use a large battleship to send you into space for an actual combat test. Only after you pass the test will you officially be a student of Starry Sky University. Everyone listened quietly. To tell you the truth, Starry Sky University's examinations are getting crueler and crueler every year. 30 years ago, I was also one of the examinees and was sent to an alien battlefield. I almost lost my life and failed the exam. Major General Song said, Every student of Starry Sky University is a well-trained soldier. If you want to become a university student, I can say that it is far from enough. Ouyang Xing. Here. Ouyang Xing stood up. You're the strongest person in the school, and your vitality has reached 1. 1, right? Yes. Bang. Major General Song threw a punch, ruthlessly landing on Ouyang Xing's body. The armor produced a deafening sound, but Ouyang Xing's body only swayed a few times, but he did not take a step back. Not bad, Major General Song praised. But according to the analysis of our army, your chances of entering Starry Sky University are still not 100%. You might even lose your life in the final combat test. This is the best chance for you to train in actual combat. In this military-restricted zone, there are countless alien creatures and ferocious beasts. Once you enter, you will be attacked, and there will be casualties. It's not too late for you to back out now. We will not back out. 100 students were all elites selected from 800,000 students. This was a rare opportunity to enter the military-restricted zone for training. So how could they back out? Even if they were from wealthy families, it was impossible for them to have this kind of training. At most, they could only practice in a virtual machine. But no matter what, a virtual machine was still a virtual world. How could it compare to real combat? This kind of real training was very useful to sharpen one's spirit. Bring enough dry rations and water into the jungle for 10 days of training. The armor on your body is to protect you from harm. The alien creatures are very ferocious, and flesh and blood cannot withstand them. Of course, if you want to have fun, you could take it off if you're not afraid of death. Major General Song said, There are also benefits for you to train in the jungle. In the depths of the jungle, there are many valuable alien creatures. After you kill them, you will be able to obtain the materials from their bodies. These are your own wealth. Oh, many students started to discuss among themselves. TCH, what's the big deal? We're paying for it ourselves. The last 50 students were indignant. Their families had paid a lot of money to qualify for the key training course. This time, the military and the school were cooperating, and the school was giving the military a lot of money to train the students. Therefore, they were spending their own money. Even if they killed more alien creatures, it wouldn't make a difference. Only Zhongli secretly nodded. This was a benefit for him. 10 days later, you must meet at the entrance of another military base. Major General Song took out a map. That entrance is about 300 kilometers away from us in a straight line. Straight line distance? Everyone was shocked. This mountain range was tall and winding. It looked like it was right in front of them, but it would take a day and a night to walk. If the straight line distance was 300 kilometers, then the real distance would probably be more than 1,000 kilometers. One last point. Major General Song's face was somewhat gloomy. In this military base, there's also a special kind of creature. It is a warrior from another planet. This time, the main purpose of you entering the forest for training is to kill them. This time, whoever kills more will be able to obtain first place in the training when they come out. Rewards. Military supplies worth 100,000 star dollars. What? Kill. They want us to kill people? Many students were shocked. They didn't expect this training to be unimaginably cruel. Until now, humans on Earth had used wormhole jumps to discover hundreds of planets with life. Other than meeting all kinds of alien creatures, some of the planets had humans living on them. For example, the Dreamheart Sutra that Zhongli had obtained came from a very powerful cultivator planet. This planet had no technology, so humans couldn't perform space jumps. However, the resources on the planet were very developed, and there were many experts who cultivated. Even if humans had the advantage in technology, they still couldn't invade it. Of course, humans were already in an invincible position, because humans on Earth could cross the vast universe. But the warriors on that planet could not cross the universe, even if they could overturn rivers and seas. However, humans on other planets were still humans. Today, the cruel training was actually to kill people. Many students' hearts immediately tightened. In modern society, it was basically impossible to kill people, not even the rich. The right to life had already been written into the highest law. Although there were many dark sides to society, the students that came out of formal education were not bloodthirsty demons. Zhongli had never killed anyone before, and he didn't want to kill anyone. What? Are you guys afraid? Major General Song's eyes were very sharp. With a sweep of his cold gaze, everyone felt a chill invading their hearts. Major General Song must have killed people before. Everything is for humans. All races that aren't humans on Earth are our enemies. This universe is cold and cruel. If humans want to grow stronger, we need to conquer and plunder. He looked at the group of people with an obvious look of disdain. Why do humans on Earth have such a beautiful life? It's because the elites of humanity fought. Every golden age is accompanied by blood and fire. Take back your kindness. There is no such thing as kindness in the universe. Everyone understood this logic. Zhongli knew that there was indeed no kindness in the universe. Back then, the human countries on Earth had carried out cruel wars. For survival, for benefits, they had to kill. If anyone is unwilling, you can leave now. Major General Song said, "We won't leave." Still, no one left. Since that's the case, let's begin. It's noon now. 10 days later, you guys must appear at another exit. This is also the time. Major General Song gave the order, and the training officially began. Whoosh! A figure dashed into the forest and disappeared in an instant. It was the number 1 expert in the school, Ouyang Xing. He was high up and disdained to be in the same group as everyone else. Zhongli, let's go in too. Luohan moved closer to Zhongli. This military-restricted forest is extremely dangerous. It's better to have one more person to take care of each other. Zhongli, form a team with me. Sharen's voice was very loud, attracting the attention of many people. Instantly, Zhongli became the target of jealousy. He felt many fiery gazes staring at him, as if they wanted to burn him. Luohan and Sharen were the two goddesses of the school. Usually, if they met one of them, the guys would feel flattered. But now, these two goddesses actually wanted to form a team with Jiangli. Forming a team for training was the best opportunity to improve their relationship. Everyone, let's do it together. I think this training is very cruel. Everyone can take the opportunity to compete. I'll be the judge and let the two of you see who is stronger. How about it? Jiangli pondered for a while and knew that it wasn't easy to deal with this situation. Rejecting any of the goddesses would cause the other party to lose face. It would be better to do it together. Okay, Serene's eyes flashed. She had long wanted to compete with Luohan. Zhou Luohan, do you dare to compete with me and see who is stronger? No problem. Luohan was very casual. Jiangli, you be the judge. Let's go. Let's go. The three of them seemed to have a tacit understanding and suddenly rushed out. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.